Chapter 1: The Dry Spell. In midwinter, when the heat in Greybridge never shut off and your lips cracked if you smiled with any conviction, everything seemed to lighten, paint pale, hair bleached by weak sun, towels thinning with washes, and people themselves paling from the inside out, as if the season were erasing them. Dr. Naomi Reyes had been a dermatologist long enough to ignore the litany of dry skin complaints that arrived with radiators and salt on sidewalks. This year was different. The city had begun to shed. Her first patient that week was a mail carrier who brought in a freezer bag zipped with curls of his own forearm, fine as onion skin. "Came off in the shower," he said, trying to be funny. "One piece like I'm a snake." He held out a patch of new skin so pink it looked embarrassed. Naomi took the bag, turned it in the light. The curls held together as if they'd agreed to be a shape. When she spread them on the table, they clung to each other, not to her glove, static, maybe, but it felt like stubbornness. Under her scope they were human, of course, corneocytes, stratum corneum, the dead, flattened cells that keep us from leaking. But the margins were too clean. There were little fractures within the curls, cross-hatching like a watermark. When she turned the glass slide a quarter turn, the lines resembled letters in an alphabet she didn't know. She refused to say that out loud. "Any new soaps? Detergents?" she asked, the song she knew by heart. He shook his head. "I itch inside the itch." "That's new." His eyes were dry, too. They blinked like someone's who had fallen asleep in a library and dreamed of dust. By noon she'd seen two more like him. One was a high school swimmer who swore she'd left the pool feeling raw, as if the water had been coarse. The other was a violinist whose fingertips, the tough pad she'd earned, had peeled off in translucent loops like old Scotch tape. When Naomi told her to moisturize and avoid hot showers, the violinist nodded, polite, and left the curls behind in the exam room trash can. The curls were gone when Naomi came back in with the next patient, though the trash bag hadn't been changed. "Jasper," she called to the nurse at station. "Did housekeeping make a swing by for?" "Housekeeping short," Jasper said, looking at a roster that grew crankier by the hour. "And the AC's throwing dust like a cat with decisions." He rubbed his forearm absent-mindedly. His skin looked oddly matte, like paper. The air in the clinic had a smell Naomi could not name. Not bleach. Cleaners were always present. Not the sour of wet coats. Something faintly fatty and sweet, like almond lotion burned on a hot plate. She walked home through a wind that bit her scalp, as if the hair there had become too thin to keep secrets. On Sheridan Street, the laundromat door stood open to let out the steam that didn't exist. Inside, the owner, Kofi Mensah, beat a dryer with a rubber mallet like a prone drum. "You're the skin one," he said when he saw her. He was friendly when terror made him garrulous. "You see this?" He pulled a trash bag from behind the counter and opened it. It was full of dryer lint, no surprise, and also not lint at all. Sheets of gray pale felt torn and layered like a book bound in the wrong era. Embedded in the pad were crescents of fingernail, long hairs, eyebrows, eyelashes, tiny scabs the size of pepper. It looked like a sweater a ghost might knit. "You clean your filters?" Naomi said, automatic. Kofi laughed without amusement. "I can't keep up." His eyes flicked toward the back where a line of industrial washers thunked and clacked. "It comes back. I empty, and it's there again in the same shape. It remembers."
"Static," she said.
"Dryness, heat." "And why does it smell like pork crackling?" he asked, flinching at his own rudeness. She took a breath. The air did have a rendered smell. She could have made it lotion in her head, but Kofi's words put it beyond cosmetics. "If you see blood," she said, because the other option was to tell him to burn the whole place down. Kofi shook his head. "No blood. People peel. People pale." He touched his own cheek, as if it might come away in his hand. "You should talk to Theo at the Pritchard. His vacuums are dying brave." The Pritchard Arms was an old brick rectangle on the hill that had housed generations of music students, adjuncts, and hopefuls who moved in together to save on heat and left separately to save their hearts. The hall carpets collected the city's personality by season. Salt, mud, leaf crumbs, and this winter, something that looked like ash and wasn't. Theo Bram, superintendent by temperament as well as wage, let Naomi into the service hall and flicked a switch. Fluorescent lights made every stain perform a number. The baseboards wore a tied line of gray. The wheel tracks of Theo's vacuum were visible, then petered out where the machine had given up. "It clogs the bag in a minute," he said. "I go bagless, and the can's full before I finish a haul. It's not dust. Dust doesn't do this." He held up a clear cylinder packed with pale fluff. Through the side, Naomi saw a mapped pattern, not random. Whorls like fingerprints, nested like the growth rings of a tree. "I clean one landing," Theo said. "I get to the next, and the last one's covered again, but not covered, arranged. And the air's dry, and my lips are dry, and this is obscene, Naomi. It's like the building wants to come inside our skins and try them on." "Has anyone been sick?" she asked, trying plain facts on terror. "Anyone with infections, fevers?" "You haven't heard?" Theo asked, surprised. "The student in 3B? She didn't show up for a comp.
Her professor called me.
I knocked. No answer. I let us in." He swallowed, the way a man swallows when he's measuring what to give away. She was there. All of her. And just her bones. There wasn't the smell you'd expect. It should have been acid, rot, ammonia. When Naomi was a resident, she'd been introduced to the particular ache of cadaveric rooms, and it had lived under her tongue since. The smell in 3B had been paper, old books, heat on grease. The girl's name had been Anjali Prakash. She'd been a pianist, if the Polaroids of small hands at a keyboard were to be believed. The bedroom door had been cracked, the space beyond tidy. Anjali lay on the bed like someone who'd turned to tell you a story and had been interrupted by a century. Her skeleton was complete, on its side, the bones clean in a way that should have followed months, beetles, patience. They were not polished. They weren't wet. A film lay over them, a translucent veil mapped with hair, pores, the star shine of follicle openings. The entire skin, the print of a person, had been peeled away in a single sheet and set aside, perhaps because it wasn't there. "We called it in," Theo said to Naomi now, voice gone smaller. "Cops. Coroner. They asked me if she was eating, if I smelled chemicals, if I believed in cults." He rubbed his knuckles, then looked at his hand as if expecting to find a mark. "I did not tell them about the hallway. I did not tell them about the vacuum. That felt like taking my pants off in church." "You told me," Naomi said. "I thought you'd know what a room smells like when skin forgets its job." He was right to ask that of her. She didn't know. Not this. The only image that offered itself to her was a boyhood memory. No, not hers. Her uncle. A summer in the high desert when a snakeskin had been found complete, turned inside out around a sage stalk, perfect as a stocking. The snake nowhere. The skin of faithful absence. "You should humidify the building," she said. "As much as the walls can stand. People need to run steam in their showers. Bowls of water on radiators. Lotion. Gloves. This sounds easy because that's how the body works most of the time. You give it what it's missing. Be a bully about it. And the bones. I'll ask the medical examiner what she finds. Ask her about lint," Theo said and tried to laugh and failed. On her way home, Naomi cut through the Greybridge Conservatory because plants made an argument for survival that required neither speech nor courage. The palms were sweating. The air was sweet the way compost is sweet, appeased by decay. On the far side, a boy on a field trip pressed his face to the glass of the reptile room and sang a song about snakes. The keeper on duty looked tired. An empty terrarium held a branch and a curl of an old skin left to educate, label bleached. Corn snake, Pantherophis guttatus. Naomi reached toward the glass without touching. The shed's zigzag edge looked like it belonged in a book of margins. At home, the vent sang pages, such a gentle sound. Her bathroom mirror wore a fog she hadn't earned. She hadn't showered. When she wiped it with her wrist, the haze congealed into a shape. Not letters, lines. Cross-hatched grids like those she'd seen under the microscope, drawn in skin oil, in dust, obedient to a pattern in the glass. "Stop it," she told the empty room, which is what you say to a mirror when you won't say your own name to it. She cracked the window. January air came in like an insult. The lines loosened and became fog again. Her phone chimed. Jasper, Emmy's office is asking if you can consult. Weird case. Pritchard girl. You know her? Naomi typed. I didn't.
I might.
She turned on a kettle, forgetting until the first whistle that she hadn't filled it. Dry metal screamed. She poured, waited. Steam wore the room in a softness that felt like a hand over her mouth. The vents flicked in the walls like pages turned too fast. In the ceiling, a loose tape seam, made a chittering sound. She climbed on a chair, pushed the tile aside. The crawl space smelled of heat. Her lamp caught lint snowing, eddying from somewhere else. When the air moved, the drifts flowed together and held for a second in a hand shape, 5 smears, knuckles dented, then slumped. At the laundromat later that night, Kofi stood in front of his big machine, arms folded, a bag of lint at his feet like a pet. A woman with a basket piled with towels asked if the dryer would be fixed by Friday. It is fixed, he said in the tone of a man trying to claim a territory with grammar. It does not like us. The bag of lint exhaled a little when Naomi brushed it with her boot. A puff came from the knotted mouth, like breath under a door. The city had begun to shed. Something was saving what came off. In the morning, her phone rang at 5:42, which is when people call you who think your job is to explain what bodies have done to them. Dr. Reyes? Lieutenant Say, Graybridge PD. The medical examiner says you're our best bet for making fun of us politely. Pritchard arms. You should come. I don't work for you, she said, because it was too early and she was afraid, and she hadn't decided what to be for them yet.
No, he said.
But I bet your kettle is hot.
It was.
She put the kettle on anyway because people like to do something. She turned it off halfway to spare at the screen. She packed a bag with sensible things, gloves, mask, a vial for samples, saline, a notebook, and a ridiculous one. A cheap plastic humidifier she bought during a summer water ban and never used. She grabbed the iron she used for quilting from the closet because the image of heat pressed onto fabric comforted her and made no sense in the narrative she knew. She went. In the Pritchard Arms hallway, the air smelled like books trying not to burn. Theo met her with a face reassembled overnight for usefulness. Lieutenant Owen Say looked like a sensible winter. Clean coat, mustache learning to be respectable, eyes that had seen dead people and still looked at living ones with interest. He showed her the tape on the door, the sign the city puts up when something has happened that the city will pretend it knows how to fix. He gave her gloves. He apologized for waking her. He did not say help, but his body made the request. They stood at the threshold and did not say Anjali Prakash's name. They breathed through their noses as if the room would be offended by something so personal as breath through a mouth. When they went in, the bones were still bones, the skin still missing, the air still wrong. On the bureau, in a small bowl that had once held mismatched earrings, a curl of something that looked like a ribbon had been laid, as if a girl had planned an outfit and had to leave before she finished. It was the edge of a skin, palm creases like map lines, a scar under the thumb that told a story long before death. Naomi put on a mask to keep from crying and to keep her mouth from giving anything away. She did not lift the ribbon. She looked toward the vent in Anjali's ceiling. A rind of pale had furred the grill like frost on a window you haven't seen since childhood. When the heat kicked on, the pale lifted, drifted, and settled again in a new pattern, as if it had been asked to show what it had learned overnight. If dust was mostly human skin, she had laughed at that statistic when they taught it, because the alternative was not to laugh for a long time. Then a city was a place where the dead and the living shared a system of ducts. This year, those ducks had ideas. When she left, Say walked her to the hall and said, "Do we have a person to blame? Or do we have something else?" He was asking about monsters. A policeman asking the skin doctor for permission to believe. "Don't say anything to the air," Naomi said, and hated herself for sounding like a superstitious auntie. "Please put bowls of water on radiators. Tell your men to breathe through their noses. Tell them not to scratch when they feel the itch." "What itch?" he asked, and scratched his neck without meaning to. His fingernails came away clean. He looked at them, at her, at the air. He stopped scratching. "Jesus," he said softly. On her way down the stairs, the vacuum leaned against the landing wall had fallen over. The plastic cylinder had cracked. Pale fluff drifted out, pooling like fog on the steps, then not like fog at all. The small curls gathered at the bottom of the stair in a shape like a boot print, then split into 5 like toes, then pulled together again, and slid down a step in a movement she could call a draft if she wanted to keep her heart rate civil. She didn't call it a draft. She set the humidifier on the landing, filled it from the custodian's slop sink with water that felt too thin to do any good, and plugged it in. It chimed. Steam rose like an apology. The curls loosened. For a moment, her body chose relief over science. In her pocket, the cheap iron she had taken for no reason pressed her thigh. She thought of heat on fabric, of pressing seams flat so they would not argue with her later, of smoothing, of making edges behave. She was exhausted enough for the image to seem medicinal. Outside, the wind lifted a newspaper full of obituaries and landed it at her feet full of advertisements. A woman passed brushing her hair with gloved fingers. Hair drifted, caught in her scarf, stuck there like an afterthought. At the corner, Kofi put the day's lint bag on the curb and watched it as if it would cross the street without help. Naomi looked up. The city's vents exhaled together. A tremor like a sigh or a sneeze held. The light had a chalk to it. People looked bleached through their coats. She wanted lotion. She wanted a bath. She wanted to put her hand on someone's shoulder and ask very gently if their skin fit. She went to work. By afternoon, the clinic's waiting room had given up pretending to be normal. People sat rubbing their shins and forearms like they were sharpening knives on themselves. A child had peeled the inside of his elbow and cried because the curl wouldn't lay flat in his hand. Jasper showed Naomi a stack of bag samples. "I know you love trash," he said, trading gall for fear. "Pick a favorite." She chose one at random and found a hair embedded that was still attached to a sealed follicle, like a dandelion seed with ambitions. Under the scope, the hair root held a small white bulb, living once, not living now. The cells around it had failed to die the way they were supposed to. They had hung on long enough to leave a map in their arrangement. Not language, she told herself, not art, just a habit adopted by skin when asked to leave in a hurry. She didn't see the shape in the glass door until it had lost interest. The door had fogged with people's breath, and in the fog, a taller patch of clarity had stood watching. When she walked past, it drew in, cross-hatching in the vapor, and then smeared out as the door opened for the next body. She drove home too fast and parked one street over, so she'd have to walk. The wind had a page flip sound. Her key felt slick. As she slid it into the lock, a soft scrape came from the other side of the door, like a glove sliding off fingers. She opened to find her welcome mat covered in pale confetti that had gathered into the shape of a handprint just beyond the threshold. 5 smears, a palm, a wrist. It was a polite hand. It had not crossed. When she stepped forward and it scattered, the flakes did not behave like dust. They behaved like a school of fish changing their mind. She said nothing to the air. The kettle screamed once before she could pour. Steam walked up the ceiling and put its hand there. For one beat, Naomi imagined, ridiculously, a mouth over her vent, hungry and dry, practicing. She put the humidifier on her kitchen counter and turned it to high. The thin plume became a thicker one. The apartment went soft. The vents quieted. The bathroom mirror wore fog that refused to make a shape. The flakes by her door thinned. In the crawl space, above her head, came the sound of something light and determined, dragging itself by edges. She stood on the chair and pushed the ceiling tile aside and shone her lamp. The beam caught the shape of a face. No, the idea of a face, collaged in pale curls stuck against the underside of a duct. It looked toward the light with a jolt like recognition and sloughed apart in a rush, each curl giving up its place to gravity. Naomi climbed down very carefully and sat on her closed toilet and let her body rehearse shaking without making a sound. Then she took out her notebook and wrote what she would need later when science returned. Lint in laundromat behaving like felt, smell like crackling. Hallways recolonized by thin curls with fingerprint patterns. Bones clean, skin gone, complete. Folded. Air interested in thresholds, handprint beyond door. Humidity loosened structures.
Do not speak to vents.
On the line below, in a smaller hand. If something is saving what we shed, why? To make a shape. She did not write a body. That would come later. The wind stopped. The radiators ticked. The kettle cooled. She lay down and slept with her face buried in a damp towel and dreamt of turning pages that turned themselves. In the dream, the pages assembled into a person and smiled with a mouth she had sanded. When she woke, the towel had dried against her cheek like scab. Chapter 2. Parchment. Lieutenant Say did not eat the muffin Jasper handed him in the medical examiner's suite. He held it like evidence. Dr. Hovel, who had been a surgeon before she learned she preferred the stillness of the dead, stood at the light box with an X-ray that would have been pretty in a different context. Anjali Prakash's hand, its bones poising as if to make a shadow puppet owl. The margins where skin should have left traces, tiny mineral shadows, the leftover whispers a body makes of itself, were clean. Defleshed without cuts, Hovel said. Ligaments intact. Bone unscraped.
No insects.
No bacteria at levels to suggest decomposition. Moisture normal for a heated room. Teeth in place. It's like she lay down and the room learned to be a lab. Poison.
Say asked.
I don't have a molecule, Hovel said.
No eritema. No petechiae.
The mucosa we can find at her sinuses are absent. As in, there should be some, and there is none. There are also no tears. She did not suffer the way we define it, which is not to say she didn't suffer in a way we haven't named. Naomi stood against the wall near the sink, gloves tucked into her coat pocket, wanting to be asked to contribute and wanting to be allowed to leave without betraying how deeply the room offended her. Hovel looked at her. I've seen desquamation, she said. Burns, toxic epidermal necrolysis. The skin releases, but it does not relocate. Relocate, Say said. That's a word that will play terribly with my guys. Hovel lifted a small tray. On it lay a faint sheet like tracing paper, curled at one corner by its own memory. This was in the bed, beneath where her head would have been if she had a head we could touch. It's a section of scalp skin. Complete. With hair follicles emptied like plucked birds. The holes are neat. The pattern of pull is consistent, like whoever did it knew how to peel wallpaper. Whoever. Say asked carefully. Hovel didn't answer the word. This isn't a crime scene that wants me to understand it. And the hallway outside that apartment? I am not noting that in my report because I like my job. Naomi said, the hallway is collecting what everyone brings home from everywhere. She felt insane and couldn't stop. Skin, hair, the city's residue. It holds together in patterns. Fingerprint whirls, ductwork eddies. When you clean it, it returns to where it was arranged. It's like... Someone is saving it, Say finished quietly. He looked like a man on a riverbank who had found a set of footprints that depart from the water and take no mud with them. In the afternoon, the library felt moist. Naomi didn't come often. The dermatology journals lived in databases now, and the stacks had never been her refuge. She went because she had followed the flavor of the city's smell back on sweet. She found it, absurdly, in a glass case, a 17th century binding, browned, the label coy, anthropodermic vellum, provenance query. The pages inside were devotional, marginalia righteous. The placard contained the sentence people love to say when they want to be both scandalized and absolved. Binding human skin into books was a practice of its time. A note in smaller type added, scientific testing is ongoing. A woman behind the desk, Yara Ionescu, if the badge matched the mouth, watched Naomi reading the thing you were meant to read and not reading the thing you had come for, and said without offense, we can't prove it yet. I don't want to, Naomi said, and surprised herself with the heat in her voice. You're the doctor the police dragged in. It wasn't a question. Yara had the look of a person who stored other people's facts with care. The air is making faces, Naomi said, and then they both laughed, because that is how you chicken wire a terror, so it doesn't grow wings. Yara brought out something from the rare room, a big ledger with polished foredges.
Local practices, she said. Trades. Tanners.
Binders. The usual city sins. And this is a stretch, but I keep another file. She placed on top a folder of clippings, handwritten notes on onion skin paper, and a photocopy of a broadside with a woodcut of a man in an apron and something flayed across a table like a map. In the margin, a tiny script in a dead hand read, Culliator cutis, collector of skin. A demon, the note said, not with horns, with needles. It grows itself from shed things. It waits for a dry year. It rises in houses with many mouths that breathe. The Latin is bad. Yara apologized, delighted to have something to apologize for. Half of this is glances. Someone in the 30s tried to write a thesis on domestic apotropaic, bells, ribbons, thresholds. The library did not award degrees for such things then. They might now. They would not. We pretend differently, but we do not, Naomi said, turning the photocopy. The woodcut's face was a nightmare invented by someone who'd never met a fugitive hare. But the sack under the table, labeled in spidery letters desquamata, was too apt for comfort. Desquamation, Yara echoed, pleased. A word that tells you exactly what it does. Naomi told her about Anjali, not the bones.
Not yet.
She told her about the hallway and the hand by her own door and the laundromat's felt. Yara listened with the exact degree of credulity a good librarian employs. Hands open, eyes skeptical, mind greedy. The city's ducts, she said at last. We linked our houses to each other with veins and expected them to carry only heat. The ducts are veins and the lint traps are organs, Naomi said before she could stop herself. And the organism is choosing to keep what we throw off. You should leave town, Yara said softly, unhelpfully honest. You will not. Bring me something that wasn't an invitation. It took Naomi until dark to understand what that could be. She bought a travel humidifier and a cheap iron meant for camping. She drove back to Pritchard with them because the image of a portable throat had settled in her head like a new habit. Theo met her in the foyer with a mask on his chin. Your humidifier did what 2 city memos couldn't, he said without greeting. I have bowls on radiators like a saint with patience. Put one under the intake vent in the basement, Naomi said. And tell your tenants to put terry cloth towels soaked and run out over their radiators. Old trick. Grandma medicine. The law will ask me why I am running a sauna, Theo said, and went to do it anyway. In the hall by 3B, the curls had attempted a larger pattern, a gentle spiral, 3 arms reaching toward the door and away from it. They kept their distance from the threshold like well-trained dogs waiting to be told. Naomi felt mad and priestly. She dragged a standing fan from the closet and set it to low. The spiral loosened, then tightened on itself, then unwound like a long sentence relieved of a subordinate clause. I have a question, Say said behind her. You keep appearing when I am about to pretend science will save me, she said. It saves me, he said. My men too. He held up a clear evidence bag. Inside lay a sheet, curled, translucent, taken from the drain of the girl's shower. No blood, no hair, just a long peel, the length of a back, with freckles written like a map of a sky. I can book it, or I can give it to you, because I do not want to let it into my evidence room with its bad lighting and its poor manners. Give it to Dr. Hovell, Naomi said. Tell her to keep it from air. Tell her to keep it moist. Tell her to look at the edges under magnification and call me if she wants to learn a new kind of quiet. Say nodded. What do I tell my men to do when the itch starts? Not the skin itch. The one under that. Don't answer, Naomi said. Don't say your names to an empty room. Breathe through your nose. Run the shower hot and sit on the floor and let the steam feed the vents. He looked at her mouth. She realized she'd been moving her lips too much. Doctor?
See?
She kept the rest of the instructions behind her teeth. On the way home, the streetlights looked coated in powdered sugar. Pedestrians wore their exhaustion like chalk. Naomi's thumb had a crack from the winter. It throbbed. She licked it. It tasted like iron. She was tired enough to be sentimentally grateful for pain. Her apartment smelled faintly of almonds. She was not using anything that should smell that way. On the counter, the humidifier blinked to signal emptiness. She filled it. When she bent to plug it in, something slid under her front door like a note. She stared. It was thin, an edge curled by memory, translucent.
A piece of somebody.
Not fresh. It had dried enough to be delicate. It had two small black flecks that looked like a tattoo someone had thought better of. When she turned it with a butter knife, she saw pores like stars, hair follicles gone. It was part of a forearm. Not hers. Definitely not hers. She did not say hello. She did not say who's there. She did not say Anjali. She went to the closet, took the iron from the shelf, heat on, and set it on the pad by the door where the thing lay. Not on it.
Near it.
The heat spread. The edge lifted, then sank, then began, very gently, to pull away from itself, slackening. Sorry, she said to nothing. The strip flinched. The second curl in it, the one that would have been near a wrist, rolled under like a fish. It slid under the door again, a breath reversal, and was gone. The crack under the door looked too small for anything that could have been human even once. She put her mouth to the line and blew. Air came back, dry and matter-of-fact.
Her phone rang.
Unknown number. She did not answer. It rang again.
She did.
This is Yara.
Sorry.
I found something because I am superstitious about people sleeping. In the library background, the sound of pages turning. A pamphlet from 1904, City Health. Damp down dust. The life you save is your own. And in the margined pencil, someone has written, and if the dust is dead, still damp it. Else the colliator gets ideas. You do not have to believe in the demon to believe in the idea. I believe in ducts, Naomi said. And in lint traps, in humidifiers, in irons, and in not speaking to thresholds, Yara said thoughtfully. We seem to have reinvented rules.
We didn't, Naomi said.
They were always there. We just stopped needing them long enough to forget. She stood with her ear to the door. On the other side, a whisper like someone trying to fold a bedsheet alone and failing. The humidifier hummed. The iron cooled. Somewhere above the ceiling went the sound of a gentle skitter, as if a handful of dry leaves had decided to learn to move. She slept on the couch with a towel over her face again. She dreamt that she had once been a book bound in the wrong skin, and that the book had remembered her name and tried to say it when no one was listening. She woke to the sound of water hissing, a neighbor's shower. She smiled into the towel like a woman who had been given a prayer with no God and was grateful for its usefulness. A text blinked from Say, humidifiers approved for patrol cars. Call me if the library gives you a demon name we can say at roll call, without losing votes. Also, if you find a way to stop my men from talking to the air. Half of them have started apologizing to their doors. Naomi typed, tell them not to. Doors like it too much. We will try to make the kiln like us more. Then she deleted kiln and typed heating. Then she deleted that and typed nothing for a while, listening. The apartment breathed. The ducts did their work. The city shed. Something, somewhere, was saving the pieces. She would have to give it another mouth to feed. Tomorrow she would ask Yara about a brickworks. Tonight she would wet towels. Tonight she would not say her name in an empty room. Tonight she would put the iron by the door like an old country charm and accept that superstition, when practiced without cruelty, is just another way of acknowledging the body. After all, skin was a boundary that learned. She could too. Chapter 3: Signatures. The city had always had places that agreed to be damp when everything else refused. The public baths, now gone. The library's basement where the HVAC never quite learned its job. The old brickworks on the river that had once baked the town into housing and now served as an art center when grants obliged. Naomi went to the brickworks because Yara had said the word binding 3 times in one conversation, and the sound lodged like grit in a contact lens. The kiln room had been half ceremonialized into a gallery. The great beehive domes were roped off. A leaflet called them retired, venerable. The docent was a man in a cardigan whose grandfather had smoked roll-ups in the summer shade of the same arches. He spoke in the tone that town furniture acquires, pride sanded to use. "People forget," he said, leading Naomi behind a partition where the public was not encouraged to remember, "that you cannot make a city without telling heat where to stand." He tapped a flue brick with his knuckle. "Draw right, and the bricks come out honest. Draw wrong, and everything looks pretty and crumbles." He wasn't speaking of human bodies, or he thought he wasn't. Naomi asked about humidity and airflow, and whether the domes still breathed in cold weather. "They sweat," he said cheerfully. "Not from use. The river gets in by association." He showed her an inspection brick that lifted like a lid. Cool rose from the dark with a smell that would be called earth by people who had never smelled the underside of a house. "Could we?" she began, then stopped. She could not ask a kiln for medical favors without announcing that she had chosen superstition as a specialty. "Could we what?" he asked, delighted to be useful before he knew how. "Feed it steam," she heard herself say, "to teach it another sort of draw." He blinked. "We could will in a kettle. The electrics would have to approve." He said electrics like clergy. They tried. The kettle's plume whipped itself to shreds against the inspection hole's dark. It had the effect of a hand placed on someone's sternum during a panic attack, not salvation, but an instruction. "Here is where breath goes." She left the brickwork smelling like an old letter. She found Yara waiting on the steps of the library with a folder and a grin that sat badly on a face trained to withhold. "I brought you what I shouldn't," Yara said, "because if I wait for permissions, you will have gone, and the city will have made itself a code." Inside the folder were photographs from the early 20th century, a binder shop with signatures, packets of folded sheets, stacked like loaves, a long-armed press that looked like a hymn to restraint, men in aprons, hands inked, smiling as if poverty is a reasonable price for useful work. In the corner of one photograph, almost an afterthought, a coil of something pale and long left on a table under a tarpaulin. The teasing caption read scrap. "I found your demon again," Yara said lightly. "Culliator cutis. The collector of skin is not a thing men feared in the street. It was a thing housewives were advised about in those little helpful columns with recipes and cautions. Keep damp. Beat rugs outside. Air linens. Else the collector will lay a hand on your door, and you will blush a bone." The language did our believing for us. "Blush a bone," Naomi said, sick and charmed. "And the modern advice?" "Seal your vents," Yara said with contempt.
Bleach.
"Dry everything." I am not convinced a species that made the desert into an aesthetic should be trusted with air. Naomi showed her the photograph she'd taken of the hand beyond her threshold. 5 smears on the mat, a thing polite enough to wait. Yara put a pencil next to the palm to estimate size. "Child or careful adult," she murmured. "Or a city that doesn't yet know how large it will be when it stands up." At the Pritchard Arms, Theo had pinned damp terry cloth over radiators with binder clips. The hall had gone from metallic to sour in 3 hours, which was, perversely, a relief. The spiral of curls outside 3B had loosened into a scatter that resembled chaos only if you hadn't been watching it try to become a rule. "We got a call from 5D, Theo said, rubbing the back of his neck under a baseball cap that had learned what to do with fear. "Old guy, Mr. Lesko." Wouldn't answer. His daughter came. He didn't answer her either. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. They had learned the city's new idiom for absence. Lieutenant Say came up with Dr. Havel in a coat that belonged to a different climate than grief. They were quiet because they were tired, and because tired people, when they do not have permission to weep, become excellent at silence. Havel set down her bag and began the inventory of a room without a person in it. Say looked to Naomi like a man who had already heard 12 versions of the wrong theory and had swallowed none of them. "The daughter says he'd been flaking," he murmured. "Elbows.
Shins."
She told him to use petroleum jelly and to drink water. She's going to hate that for the rest of her life. "Don't let her," Naomi said. "We were all taught to be tidy. This one isn't our tidiness." Mr. Lesko's place was neat with a loneliness that had stopped being wounded about itself. His slippers under the chair had kept the shape of his feet. A book lay open to the same page a week would always fall open to. The bed held bones, arranged the way Anjali's had, in a posture that would look casual if you had never met Bones. The skin was not in the room. On the sill, a draft had arranged lint into a loop that looked like the cursive letter L. Naomi pressed her finger to it and left the ridges of her print in a negative. The loop melted into a smear and then, as if embarrassed at having been touched, tried to become strands again and failed. "Do you smell it?" Havel asked Naomi, not unkindly. Like asking a colleague whether a presentation. Jorge Paz built a water curtain out of scrap and profanity. A line of PVC along the top punched with skinny holes, a trough below lined with a grate. She borrowed a condensate pump from a friend who would not miss it until spring, and a length of hose from a gardener who didn't know he'd joined public health. When the pump whirred and the line filled, and the water sighed along the perforations in a fringe and fell, the room changed shape. The air moved, humbled. The lint in the intake made a sideways decision, clumped, darkened. Now was when, in stories, a face would appear in the curtain, earnest as a saint. Nothing did. The pail in the filter went wet and old. The smell moved from sweet to sensible. Naomi exhaled for the first time in an hour and noticed she had been biting the inside of her cheek. "Good," said Havel, surprising them all by having stayed and gotten her shoes dirty. "Keep the room as an organ. We have plenty of heartless rooms. You've invented a throat." "Don't," said Paz, scandalized and pleased. "You'll make me cry at work." Theo stood with his hands in his pockets, as if they'll behave there. "I'll tell people the dehumidifier is broken, and the lobby will smell like a YMCA, he said. "They'll hate it. Then they'll sleep. We will eat the complaint calls like pastries." It worked, enough to teach them that a problem this old obeys effort. The hall spiral did not return. The hand at Naomi's door did not reprint itself. Kofi texted a photo of his lint. A dough, compacted, that could be bagged and sent to the dump where it would learn a different set of rules about cohesion. And then, having been told there was a better mouth to feed, the city came to test it. 2 nights later, as Naomi sat at her table with Yara's photocopies laid out like tarot and a towel waiting in the sink for her face, the vent above her head exhaled as if inhaled to the measure of someone else's lungs. Her humidifier blinked for water, and she rose to fill it. In that 6-second absence of steam, something that had once been a long peel slid under her door. Forearm, then upper arm molded of tiny curls arranged on the bias like dressmaker's theory, then the suggestion of a shoulder, all flat as the thinnest of quilting cotton, all in one piece that had learned to move by flowing. She didn't say hello. She took the iron from its hook and set it on the mat, 3 inches from the leading edge of the thing. Heat sculpted air. The flat shoulder wrinkled back on itself, a garment surprised on the wrong hanger. The peel turned toward the humidifier's soft sound like a moth toward neon. Naomi lifted the tank and tipped it so cool water spilled to the floor. The sheet flinched as if insulted. It flowed, forward and not toward her ankles, not under her cuff, but toward the hall, petulant, opportune. By the time she reached the door with a towel, the hallway was empty except for the smell of almonds that had learned shame. She listened, stupid, human, for footsteps. Only the whisper of movement toward the stairwell, under it, into the dark where ductwork learns to feel as one body. She called Say because she had promised to be stupid with someone else, not alone. "It comes when the humidifier hiccups," she said. "It can carry a shoulder, but not a face. I can make it go where the water is. We need the city to be wetter in the lungs. Not just here." "We got the water curtain up in 3 more basements," he said, satisfaction strangled by reality. "Paz is a saint, and I can't nominate her for anything real, but I'll name a sandwich after her if this is how it goes. My men are drinking water and not saying their names to glass. 2 told me their wives slept the whole night. 1 forgot and apologized to his door and came in on time. I'll write you a handout," Naomi said, giddy. "Don't apologize to doors. The city should put it in the utility bill insert." He laughed, a short, grateful sound like breath finding a nose. "Write it anyway. The council likes pamphlets. It should have been enough good to last until morning. It wasn't. Kofi called at midnight, voice raw. It made a bag of itself, he said. It left in a bag. It filmed the floor like it was water, and it left in a bag. By the time she reached the laundromat, the front window had fogged in parentheses. Kofi stood with a rubber mallet held like a toy hammer that had become a weapon because there was nothing else to put between a man and the unreal. On the floor by the counter, a laundry bag lay slack, drawstring slack, mouth open. The bottom was dark, as if it had been dragged through a puddle. No water. A smear of something like a snail's path. The lint from the lint trap had arranged itself on the bag in the shape of a pair of lips, then, ashamed of the joke, had scattered. Where did it go? Naomi asked, scanning the floor, vents, the crack under the door as if she would see a trail. She saw none. How is the floor wet? Kofi said one word, as if it were an old name. Basement. The stair light broke when he pulled the chain. They went down into powdery dark that turned their breath into near-seen things. Naomi's phone light cut a scalpel out of it. The bag lay at the bottom, then did not. It was a bag-shaped absence. The faint smear on the concrete ran to the coal bin where the old heating went to die and city regulations to pretend. The bin door was ajar. She made a sound under her tongue she would never call a prayer. She put her hand to the iron in her bag like the child she had never been, reaching for a talisman that was also a tool. "We don't go in," she said. "We make it come should we need to." She turned and walked back up into the wet machines, plugged the travel humidifier into the wall by the coin changer, and turned it on high. She found 2 kettles in the back, filled them, put them on hot plates meant for pop-up coffee tastings. Kofi moved without being told. He had been a man long enough to know a drill while watching it be invented. Steam took the air like a hymn you do not need to be religious to sing. The smear at the top stair shivered. It withdrew, petulant as a cat. "What if it goes next door?" Kofi said softly. "What if their air is easier to live in?" "Then we teach them," Naomi said. "Kettles. Towels. Load the floor with damp. The city will hate us. We will save its skin." She went home in shoes that now stank of basement and told herself she would sleep. She wiped the mat under her door with a cloth and burned the cloth with the disastrous theater of a woman who knows the gesture is useless and requires it anyway. She did not dream. The duct above her head made one small sound like a child clearing a throat it has just learned to own. In the morning, Public Works sent an email that was not an apology but was close enough to qualify for a prize. Humidity guidance during dry spell, it said, and contained banalities. At the bottom, under a line, in font too small to be legal, "If you see dust gathering in patterns near doors or vents, you may 1. Increase humidity. 2. Avoid speaking names. 3. Call 311 and say lint problem." Someone human had written it. Pause, probably. Naomi planted the flyer on her waiting room table between acne and you and moles that matter and watched exhausted people choose it first, because the body recognizes the shape of its next instruction even when pride is looking the other way. By lunch, Yara had set a stack on the library desk. By evening, Theo had taped them to elevator mirrors. By night, Say sent a photo from roll call, a row of humidifiers like helmets, and a whiteboard on which someone with neat hand had written, "And no apologies, 2 doors." None of it felt like enough. It was all they had. That night, the city shoved 3 calls in 30 minutes. One from a hospice where the vents had turned into an alphabet. One from a kindergarten where children were encouraged, with ridiculous bravery, to stop naming their own faces to glass. One from a man whose wife had asked, through chapped lips, whether he would hold the skin on her back down with his palms while she fell asleep, because lately it had felt like it was trying to leave. Naomi sent texts and instructions like bandages. She carried the iron to the door when the humidifier emptied and went like a ridiculous sentinel, mouth shut. The hand on her mat did not return that night. It had other doors to visit. Somewhere, the bag slid through a crack that used to be called a service opening and ceased, briefly, to be a bag. The city shifted its weight on the bed. The dry spell picked a scab. The ducts learned their own names. Naomi arranged the pages on her table in signatures. She did not bind them. Someone else was practicing binding. She would need to watch where that spine wanted to be laid. Chapter 4. The Return. Greybridge had a central plant, a red brick palace by the river that huffed steam into downtown through tunnels the town pretended not to love. It had not been designed to be benevolent. It had been designed to be reliable. Jorge Paz brought Naomi to the plant the way a person brings a friend to meet a relative they can't stand to live with, but are proud to belong to. 2 boilers live, Paz said, slapping her badge to a reader that regarded them like a dragon counting coins. 1 on standby. They're good old bastards. They have opinions about wet. The smell in the plant was both comforting and pitiless. Iron, water, old heat. The floor rattled under sensible shoes with the machine pulse of a city going about its digestion. Foreman Aguirre, hair gone to steel wool, humor gone to vinegar, met them with the bored protectiveness of a temple keeper. If this is about the lint in the exchange, we've pulled 3 cubic meters in 2 months, and I would like to invoice the shedder. It's about mouth-feel, Paz said deadpan, of the air. Aguirre was too old to be surprised by women with ideas. He led them to a sandwich of filters and a duct big enough to hide sins, pulled a panel. The upstream side was respectable. The downstream was furred with a gnat that had learned to lie down in the same direction. He swept a hand along it and came away with a glove of pale. It clung as if his skin were a magnetic idea. It's here, Naomi said, nausea and hope arm wrestling in her throat. We can make this the mouth. We can also trap it like a dog and teach it to bite pipes, Aguirre said. I like your optimism. We built water curtains in the building returns, Paz said. The air learned to cue. It's not salvation. It's etiquette. Aguirre scratched his chin, leaving a smear like a poor man's face paint. I got a gap in budget, which means I have a hole in my conscience. I can put an air washer in this return and say a contractor had a moment of mercy. He looked at Naomi. You tell me what problem I'm solving. People are coming unknit, Naomi said. It is as if the city is collecting our offguts to make a man of itself. It will test thresholds. It will keep trying to be invited. We shouldn't invite it. We should give it a place to be and a job to do. They built. Not with engineers, those would come with forms and remove anything that worked, but with a crew Aguirre called the Fallen, retired, rehired, men and women who loved the plan enough to break it correctly. In a day, a wall of water hung in the big return.
Sprenozel 100.
The thrum of the pump changed the floor's pitch like a bass added to a cheap radio. The cascade that fell into the catch basin turned the filter fur into dough. Aguirre's hand came away wet, not gloved. He smiled so quick it looked like pain. They stood in the plant's long gallery, the universe resonant with the ridiculously sexy power of standing inside a machine that keeps thousands alive without thanking them. If the city had a throat, this was what it felt like to tickle. Naomi put her palm to the return's face and felt, because she had trained her hand to be a thermometer of wrong, the faintest withdrawal of pressure, as if a crowd had learned there would be bread later and stopped pushing. Yara arrived with a camera she apologized for and no apology in her face. I thought we might want to have proof we did right, she said, shy. Even if the city refuses to believe it. You here to bless the friend, Aguirre said. I'm the librarian, Yara said. We bury things alive. The first day, the lint came as if insulted and was made sullen. The second day, it came like a confession. The third day, the plant inhaled so sharply at 2 a.m. that Naomi woke in her apartment, sat up with a towel half folded over her face, and whispered, through her nose there. She found Say already at the plant when she arrived, a man who had learned to arrive at wrong places at right times. He held a paper cup of coffee and a posture that asked permission to be sentimental. Aguirre looked the other way. In the return's face, the clumped dough behind the water curtain shifted. For 2 beats, it held a shape that wanted to be shoulders. It thinned. It held. The cascade cut it into tongues, and in the next second, they were only piles again. Naomi realized she had been braced for a face, and that she had chosen to be grateful, that nothing had chosen to be a face. We're wetting it, Say said. We're baptizing the duct. Don't, Aguirre muttered, amused. The last thing we need is God. You have one, Yara said, unrepentant. It is called pressure. Word moved the way useful rumor moves. Barber chair to dispatch desk, faculty lounge to corner store, a slip of paper under a pie. If it comes to your door, steam. If the handprints appear, iron. If you see curls at your vent, towel. Breathe through your nose. Names at tables, not to thresholds. No apologies to doors. The city learned how to be bored enough to survive. And then, because dryness hoards its mischiefs, someone powerful did the wrong thing. The council's hygiene subcommittee, having been taught what to do by men in excellent suits, signed a contract for desiccant canisters to be inserted into public school ductwork. The machines were handsomely white. They made a were-like credit. They ate water. The kindergarten that had sung through closed lips now learned static electricity. The children began to spark. Their drawings of themselves got paler. The janitor called Theo because he had learned to call the wrong person who knows the right person. Theo called Naomi. Naomi called Say. Say called Paz. Paz called Aguirre and said a word it would not do to write down, and began throwing tools into a bag. They arrived at the school like people fleeing a wedding that had disintegrated. The hallway air had that uncanny smell, back from the laundry, sweet and old. The desiccant drums sat sleek as sanitizers. A handful of translucent curls, dewy, because of 1,000 exhalations, and yet too stubborn to be due, had written a 6-year-old's name in the kerf of the fire door, then thought better of showmanship and smudged themselves into compliance. Teresa Molina, custodian and principled gossip, met them at the boiler room with a face Naomi wanted to hug. I told them, she said, flapping a rag you could eat soup with. I told them what is holy. I keep a pot on my radiator, like a grandmother. They wheeled these in here, like a tithing. Her eyes flicked to the vents. You hear it. They did. A sound like a throat, not the plant's good bass. A local throat. Hungry. Paz popped the hatch on the nearest drum with the easy blasphemy of a mechanic and pulled out a sack of silica gel that would have made a desert envious. We'll get fined, she said, handing it to Say like contraband. We'll make a necklace later. Right now we're in a church. We water things at churches. Aguirre found the school's return and installed, with a kind of veteran sarcasm, a baby water curtain, 2 garden sprayers and a prayer. Teresa fetched kettles, without asking. Yara propped the classroom doors with picture books and spoke to the children like a librarian. We will be humming for a little while. Humming is like saying no thank you with your mouth closed. They hummed. They made noise with the soft parts of bodies. It felt ridiculous and brave, and exactly like work. The smell changed, the sweet to the clean fatigue of a wet mop. The curls at the fire door ran like a crime and went flat. In the return, the clumps turned heavy and credible. In the corner of the boiler room, where the desiccant drums had been stacked ready for deployment, something had gotten ahead of them. A long sheet, curled on itself into a nest, was gathering hair by static. It looked like the little bowl by Anjali's sink with the scalp ribbon in it, scaled up for school. Naomi went toward it, iron-high, humidifier aimed. The sheet lifted at an edge like a page held coyly. It wanted to be a child's apron. That was what undid her. She set the iron down. She put her palm in front of it like you would a dog you hope is a good one. No, she said, through her nose, because a human needs to say a thing sometimes with a shape. The sheet paused. It collapsed, bored, learned nothing. They staged a small scandal. Claire from the council cried again, this time in anger, then telephoned her anger into a memo that would not be quoted, but whose absence the city would feel. The drums went back to their warehouse. Paz installed baby water curtains in 3 more schools in the hours before anyone could forbid her. Teresa posted a no apologies TO doors over the staff room microwave where it would be read by people in a hurry who mistake notes for orders. At the plant, the return learned to anticipate 2 in the morning. It breathed with a discipline that would make a choir director proud. It accepted what came and held it underwater until the shapes loosened and gave themselves up. Once, when Naomi came to stand with her palm against steel just to feel like a person with a palm, The clump behind the curtain arranged itself into a shoulder, then into the suggestion of the back of a head where the whirl of hair should be. It thinned, ashamed. She did not tell anyone. Some things are like children's drawings, more dangerous spoken aloud. She kept a jar on her sill like a fool, small relics of the city season. The first handprints dust from the mat, a bead of desiccant stolen on principle, a flake of the filter fur wet, and then dried into proper trash. She labeled them as if her handwriting made her an archivist against her consent. Hand, polite. Gel, stupid. Lint, chastened. At the clinic, the frantic beginning eased into the workable middle. People still came pale and itchy. Naomi still wrote for ointments and scolded baths, but fewer brought Ziplocs of themselves. The violinist came back with fingertips that were calloused again and cried into her mask because she had played a whole hour without thinking about skin. The swimmer had found a pool that ran a humidifier at night and put towels over the registers at home and had learned to be bored by her own healing. "We've invented a ritual," Jasper said, leaning on the door with 2 coffees. "Steam, iron, towel, hum. It's stupid. It works." "It's not stupid," Naomi said with a fierceness she had not prepared. "It's the oldest thing. We kept the past out of our throats. We made the city say please." He grinned behind the paper cup. "You're terrifying when you win." "Don't tell anyone," she said, tired to the place in herself where jokes feel like sleep. Of course the city would not let them keep the wind fragrant for long. Things came in threes. The third body did not come from a building. It came from a bus. The driver radioed in that a woman had fallen asleep against the window and would not wake. He had opened the door at the end of the line and the air had moved in, greedy, and the window had fogged in an oval and he had told her, "As you do, last stop," and she had not replied, "As the dead do," and he had touched her shoulder and the coat had slumped. Skeleton in public. Bones arranged by momentum, not intent. The skin gone. The man said he smelled almonds and books and someone's iron. Say had leaned against the bus in the yard and put his face into his sleeve and breathed through his nose like a good student and then shouted because sometimes men have to, and then bent to work. The city sent a crisis team that spoke about grief in ways grief ignores. They covered the woman with a tarp and rolled her to a place where hovel could count again and be disgusted anew by the speed of the tidy. Naomi stood under the bus shelter with the irons cord around her wrist like red thread and realized the return at the plant had a shadow. Anytime they made one mouth, the city would test for another. "Shelters," she said to Paz, who had the look of someone already bending metal in her head. "Can we put water curtains in the shelters?" "We can put kettles on folding tables," Paz said. "We can beg the churches to open their basements and put pots on the stove. We can reinvent soup. We can write a poster," Yara said, eyes already scanning the shape of a sentence that might persuade ordinary men to carry thermoses to bus stops. "Damp down dust. The life you save may exhale in your lap," she wrote with a librarian's arrogance about paper. She added below in smaller, "No apologies to doors. Names at tables. Humming welcomed." The printer in the plant office grumbled under the indignity of sermons and gave them a stack. They moved through a week that behaved briefly, as if it approved of them. The city had fewer letters at vents. The laundromat's lint stayed put, insulted into domesticity. The school's baby curtains overflowed twice, and Teresa swore and mopped and called Paz an angel and meant it as vengeance and thanks. On the 7th night, as Naomi poured water into the humidifier with the muscle memory of a fever nurse and turned the iron to its lowest plausible, the vent above her head sent down a smell she had not met before. Not sweet, not paper. Tannic. Like tea left too long. Like leather wet and dried badly. She stood, towel in her hand, to lay across the register, and the breath pressed her lips as if it had been a friend once. She did not open. She hummed. The pressure pulled back and put its hand, polite, on the ceiling. When she took the towel down to go to bed, she saw where it had rested. 5 smears.
Not dust. Damp.
It had not come to be taught. It had come to think, and this was worse. She lay down and learned the trick of sleeping anyway. When the kettle ticked 3, then 2, then one. She smiled into the pillow like a woman who knows a joke about counting and refuses to tell it to the air. In the morning, she wrote the hand in the jar's label. Hand, damp, thankful. She didn't know whether to be proud or afraid. The city had a mouth. It liked using it. She would have to teach it to say later.
She would have to teach it now.
She would have to teach it to prefer the plant to the bus. She would have to watch the spine. She called Yara.
Find me a word, she said.
For a book that binds itself with everything we shed and then learns to read. Yara was quiet. Then, you don't need a word, she said gently. You need a table. Bring the names there. Feed the air somewhere else. Naomi hung up and went to the plant and put her palm to steel, knowing it was a romance and choosing it. The return breathed. The curtain fell. The clump soluble as guilt. Behind the water, for the briefest and most ordinary of seconds, something stood as if it had remembered practice. It had a shoulder and the back of a head with a spiral where hair would go, and it was made of nothing anybody wanted, and it did not ask to be loved. Then it was dough again, old, chastened. Aguirre scratched his chin and said he needed a sandwich that stood for better gods than the one in his shop, and Paz laughed, and Yara wrote, and Say sneezed because his body liked to help, and Naomi hummed because it worked, and in the ducts of Greybridge, the pages turned themselves and were damp and did not catch. They would hold.
For now.
For later. Chapter 5. The Spine. Greybridge learned to hum. It started as a joke on a flyer. Hum if you must in Yara's librarian hand, added under No Apologies TO doors, and became a reflex, a damp, low ribbon of sound that threaded boiler rooms and bus shelters, clinic waiting rooms, and coin-op laundries. People discovered they could hold their mouths shut without being silenced. Children took pride in doing it better than their parents. Old men, suspicious of trends and young officers, did it anyway, just to prove lungs still obeyed. The city sounded like an organ warming itself. Naomi Reyes heard it in odd places. A pair of teenagers at her elevator trying not to grin, a janitor in the corridor at 3 a.m., a woman in the stall next to hers in the library bathroom, humming a hymn that used to have words she refused to give away to tiles. Humming had become a way to tell the air not now, without making the refusal into a performance. The clinic's frantic edge softened into what medicine calls management, and the body calls reprieve. The waiting room still filled with dry shin complaints, but the bags of shed skin thinned. Twice in a week, no one tried to give Naomi their lint. A man came in to say his wife had slept without asking him to press his palms over her back to keep it on. The violinist played scales for her in exam 3, half out of gratitude, half to test whether calluses had come back. Naomi cried into her sleeve and blamed the humidifier's condensation. Even relief did not arrive tidy. The third week of the city's new habit brought a smell into the plant like oversteeped tea, tannin, and leather trying to be dignified. Paz shook her braid out and swore at a pump showing ideas. Aguirre smacked a gauge with a wrench that had earned the right to be called a persuader. The water curtain in the central return sang too loudly, then coughed. The lint dough behind it sulked, then tried to stand. It made a shoulder before it remembered its manners. The pressure's playing games, Paz said, wrist deep in a junction box, the light on her headband cutting a crescent out of steam. We've got surges at odd hours. 2:15, 4:18, not plant times. Somebody's playing with damp upstream, or the ductwork is learning to breathe without our permission. Private buildings, Aguirre muttered, desiccant men with clever ties. He spat into a rag. I can build a curtain with a garden hose and a gilt complex, but I can't go door to door making engineers ashamed. You have me for that, Yara said, appearing with a camera slung like a penitent sign, and an envelope of clippings under her arm. And a correspondence file. I have grown dangerous. She had spent nights in the rare room, and the rare room had repaid her treachery with mythology disguised as housekeeping. The folder she laid on the plant's workbench offered a thesis attempt from 1931 that had never become a degree, domestic apotropaics in the industrial city. Bells under lintels.
Bed sheets over grates.
Signatures in binders' shops. Packets of folded paper made into something only when gathered and pressed. Signatures. Naomi repeated, turning a photograph of a binder's table where stacks of folded sheets waited under a long press. The press looked like a machine for patience. The word had always meant pages. Now, it meant something else. The city's curls had been arranging themselves into spirals, boots, hands. It wanted more than shapes. It wanted gatherings that would hold. It wanted a spine. Binders used to hang skins to dry, Yara said, and stopped, because she had promised never to say human and skin in that order to anyone who still lived in Greybridge. And pigs and calves. They called it vellum, and sometimes said the quiet part out loud. The press taught damp into discipline. Pressure makes sheets agree to a future. Spine, Naomi said, the words sour and right in her mouth. Of course. Vents are veins. Ductwork is a throat. The return is a mouth. What's left is the spine. Paz leaned back on her heels, apology oiling her hands. The East Loop drawings look like a skeleton if you turn them sideways, she said, appalled at her own imagination. I can't unsee it. You've got risers like ribs, and this, she tapped the long trunk of a duct on the print, wants to be a column. If something is learning from us, we've taught it good diagrams. Then we teach better, Naomi said. We give it our spine and call it a duct. We keep bone for ourselves. She went to the Pritchard from the plant because the building had begun to feel like a neighbor who needed visiting. Theo had bowls on radiators and wet towels clipped up like pennants. He had stopped pretending he wasn't superstitious about water. He met her at the door with the look of a man embarrassed to bring gossip.
Basement, he said.
I left the light on. You should see the way the curled stuff sits on the workbench. They found it on the old carpenter's bench where tenants came to pretend they were handier than grief. Someone, not somebody, had arranged translucent peels into neat, precise piles, 10 over 10 over 10, folded like signatures waiting to be punched and bound. On top of one stack lay 4 feathery things that had obviously loved living together. Eyelashes set in parallel like rungs. On another, a crescent of heel. On a third, a coil of arm as thin and crisp as onion skin, ink dots freckles blackened by drying. It was a book in wrong language waiting for wrong hands. That wasn't here an hour ago, Theo whispered. I swept. I asked the air to let me keep my job. I thought I was alone. Naomi set her iron on the bench and plugged it into a strip that had never expected to power exorcisms. She didn't press the piles, some instincts you inherit, but she set heat near them, and the edges of the signatures lifted back like paper remembering rain. She stood like a woman teaching pastry to obey.
The neatness sagged.
The stacks forgot themselves and slid. It made her want to cry with relief and call her mother in the same breath. Turn on the humidifier by the intake, she said, and Theo ran to do it, a saint with binder clips. Stand between the table and the vent. Be a wall. Humming. He hummed, poorly earnest. The peels shrugged and loosened like a white dress on the wrong day. Have you had any messages from upstairs? She asked, wanting one of those coincidences cities deliver when they mean to make you honest. Mr. Lesko's daughter brought a bag, he said, whence becoming apology. It had bones in it. She couldn't bring herself to take them to a doctor. The bag split. It was full of pages. Ankle pages. I told her to go to Hovel because I am a man and not built for this part of the story. Naomi shut her eyes because the body can only host so much and not begin to leak. Hovel will keep it moist, she said. She hates me when I say that, but she will. She will look for edges that tell us whether it left or was asked. Asked. Theo repeated, because the words sat like a knife in his mouth. Who asks a room to do that? We do, Naomi said, low and wry and mean to herself, because honesty tastes like rust when you haven't eaten enough of it. When we love dry air and quiet ducts and the economy of men who sell desiccant for schools. When we believe closed mouths are prudery. When we say sorry to doors. Back at the library, Yara had news she didn't want. She waited to tell it until they were in the stacks where an old atlas could absorb shock. She handed Naomi a printed email with for internal review in institutional blue on top. It read, sanitized and excited. Anthropodermic binding, positive. Provenance, Early 18th century devotional. Skin identification via peptide mass fingerprinting. Human. Below in a hand older than either of them. Told you. I asked them not to tell me. Yara said, not joking. I wanted to believe the rumor had no teeth. It has a mouth. We have a book that is a person.
It is not the same as this.
It is not.
And still.
And still, Naomi said. She looked at the case through the stacks, the book slumped on velvet, and felt something unwholesome that wasn't discussed. The binding had been accomplished. The city's thing had not. She recognized envy in the wrong place and hated herself for it. People bound with what they had. Yara said softly. Sometimes that was themselves. We bind with plastic now and call it clean. I prefer the sin that tells you its name. Don't say names to glass, Naomi said, reflex making humor, and they both put their foreheads on the atlas and laughed into paper until the event lost its angles. Lieutenant Say called it dusk, a sound of wind at his end, the kind of muffled static that meant he'd stepped out of a scene to keep his voice. We've got a bindery, he said. A real one. Master Jowdry's on Barrow. He sells hand-sewn notebooks to couples named Hayes and Dylan, and also, apparently, leaves his press set when he goes home. Theo says your basement had a book's worth of wrong pages. This one has a book's appetite. They met in a room that smelled of hide glue and old ink and men who never learned to launder aprons. The press, iron, long-armed, beautiful in the way a guillotine can be, stood over a stack of damp gone nasty. A room learns to be helpful. This one had offered itself. The peels had arranged in piles and had found string, had worked holes into themselves where signatures go. The bone folder lay like a tongue on the table, incriminating. You could believe your fingers had done it in a dream. It wants to be pressed, Yara said, partly academic, mostly repulsed. It understands the ceremony. It has learned from our attention what binds. Then we teach the press a different job, Naomi said. She lifted the iron and put it between the screw and the platen, an absurdity. We make it exhale. She cranked, just enough to bring heat near and not crush. Steam from the kettle Theo had carried like a relic wet the air. The peels on top slumped again, exhausted by the suggestion of time. Say stood at the door and did the thing he had learned in other doorways. He kept everything from getting in that had not been invited. Outside, the street performed the indifference of commerce. In here, the city's new poor idea drooped. Naomi loosened the press and took out the iron and put her palm on the stack not touching, as if laying a feverish child upon the cool promise of a bath. Later, she said through her nose, because she had learned that later could be a sacrament. When they came out, Jowdry was on the sidewalk apologizing to Smoke for existing. Say told him not to, kindly, and with enough steel that the man's mouth understood. We'll write you a new sign, Yara said to the bindery owner, absurd and mean and loving. Press closed, air wet. We'll sell it to tourists. At the plant, the return sang without cough and pulled dough into underwater obedience. Naomi put her hand on steel and felt the faintest tug you get when a baby corrects itself in a sleep. Paz wiped machine grease on her jeans, unrepentant and holy. Aguirre produced a sandwich from somewhere and declared it named for the woman who made his conscience leak. The Reyes, he said, with vinegar and egg. It ruins suits. The city hated being taught and liked it more each day. Then the council did the thing councils do when a solution is not seen. They cut a budget. It wasn't personal. It was arithmetic weaponized. A memo arrived at midnight. Water consumption must be reduced by 18% in the next billing cycle to meet emergency drought protocols. Below, in a smaller font, non-essential industrial use discouraged. Aguirre read it, snorted, and said a prayer involving boots and throats and men who had never set a thermometer in a child's room. At 2 a.m, when Naomi woke because kettles had learned to be clocks in her blood, the plant's return exhaled in a way it had not exhaled since they'd built the curtain. Air pressed back against the cascade, like a crowd forgetting it was polite. The dough held, then stood. The shoulder came, then the neck. The spiral at the back of a head where hair would begin. Paz called before Naomi could sit up.
Pump failed, she said, already running.
I can get water on it in 7. Aguirre says 3 if he can steal a hose from the fire station. If I am not here when you arrive, forgive me for what I will have done to the city's locks. Naomi drove barefoot, shoes forgotten, because sometimes bodies know better what comes next than the minds that hurt them. The plant's doors were open, caution tape already sulking on the floor. The gallery smelled like tea gone angry. Aguirre had a fire hose slung like a gospel and was cursing himself into sainthood. He opened the valve. A sheet, wholly useless, fell from the nozzle. The curtain became a waterfall. The shoulder flattened. The neck unagreed. The spiral at the back of the head loosened like a woman taking down hair after church. Say arrived with 2 officers and a coil of extension cords and 3 plug-in humidifiers like ridiculous pets. He plugged them into outlets that had survived wars and let them pour. Yara ran in with a box of kettles stolen from a church kitchen and apologized to no one. Kofi came, bewildered, with 4 garment steamers on a dolly, eyes wet from heat and pride. Theo brought 5 old terry cloth towels and the quiet competence of a night porter. Teresa arrived half-dressed with a mop. They gave the plant a monsoon. The shape behind the curtain gave itself up piece by petulant piece. Naomi put her palm to steel and hummed until her teeth felt like they belonged to someone else. Hawes laid a hand on the pump housing as if to shame it into honor. It complied with a last groan and came up to pressure. The real curtain returned. It felt like the end of an argument. When the cross flow steadied, the floor settled to its familiar machine prayer. For a while nobody spoke because the body, after hard use, deserves the courtesy of quiet. Someone took our pump offline. Hawes said at last, almost gentle, the way you tell a child the dog has died. Not the machine, not the water, a mouse where there should not have been a mouse, a hand that programmed a bad nap. Names, Say said, which in his mouth meant find me the men who sell us dryness and give me their middle initials. I will mother them into dirt. Aguirre said, not metaphoric. They slept in shifts on benches meant for wrenches, heads on someone else's jacket, the city purring. Naomi lay with her cheek on her own arm and realized, with a surge she could generously call pity, that the thing they were training was not a monster as much as a new domestic. It wanted to be in a house. It wanted rules. It wanted to be told how to behave. They were giving it chores. In the morning she found under her door something she had been dreading and was grateful for. A spine, not bone. Thank all the works. A column of discs made from clumped lint. 7 vertebrae like crackers, stacked neatly on her mat along the threshold. It was almost beautiful. It had learned the shape from pictures. Discs with a soft center, slightly offset so they would curl. It had gotten the count wrong. There are more. She did not correct it. She put the iron on near, not on. She set a bowl of water on the floor and watched the discs slump and then pull themselves into a crease and then, undecided, go flat. She lifted the top 2 into a jar with a label already in her hand because she was giving in to ritual. Spine, attempt polite. She took the others in a paper bag to the plant. Yara met her in the bindery with the press waiting. We can call it unbound, she said, hands hovering over the crank as if it were a piano, and she had to commit to a key. Don't teach it a word it likes, Naomi said, tired enough to be superstitious about grammar. They pressed anyway, not to bind, to erase intention. The discs flattened into unappealing mats. Paper again. Trash. It displeased them like a good deed displeases pride. Hovel called with a voice like the edge of a double-edged instrument. The Lesco peels, she said. Edges are too neat.
No theirs.
It left whole. I don't approve of that sentence. It appears to have refused pulp. There are microfractures in his bones, fatigue like a body held too long under stretch. Dryness makes brittle. A room learned how to be a lab. We've taught it how to be a laundry, Naomi said, irrelevant, and Hovel made a sound that might have been approval or the beginning of a cry and hung up to keep from choosing. The council reversed the pump order by lunch, humiliated by photos of humidifiers in patrol cars and kettles in churches and children with bells on their wrists. Claire wrote a memo that read like a love letter to drains. Pressmen posted air wet signs in storefronts unironically. Kofi printed bumper stickers that said "No apologies 2 doors" because he had learned to market grief in the only way grief accepts, with jokes that save the breathing for the moments when people go home. Naomi went to the bus shelters with a backpack of equipment that would look like an altar in the wrong light. Travel humidifier, foldable kettle, iron, 2 towels. She sat with the bus drivers on milk crates in their break rooms and taught them to hum. She asked them to hold palms over the backs of their own necks once in a while to teach the body to stay in. She told them when the pressure came at their mouths to breathe like they were smelling soups they hadn't earned. She apologized for making men learn a bedtime story at work. They took it as a joke and a command. At the plant, the return breathed like a trained thing. The Linto Plaza behind the curtain shifted only when water faltered. Paz installed an alarm that didn't email anyone. It bellowed in the gallery itself, because sometimes the only thing that stops trouble is embarrassment in front of peers. Aguirre found a way to charge the pump to a budget line that used to buy disposable trailers for events that never occurred. Yara put photos in a folder and wrote labels with a particular zeal of the saved. Curtain, spine attempt, press defeated, kettles as choir. On the 6th night, Naomi woke to the kettle's tick and reached for the towel, only to find it damp already. The vent in her bedroom had exhaled kindly. She lay and listened to the duct the way you listen to a building, with bone. It spoke of pressure and water, and a city that had taught itself a rule and was trying not to break it out of boredom. She got up anyway. On her mat lay no hand. On her ceiling, no smears. On her counter, a small bead of desiccant rolling because the house was full of wet and had to focus its fury somewhere. She trapped the bead under a glass and felt ridiculous and exact doing it. She labeled the jar at dawn. Gel, caught in the act. She went to the plant with the jar and the paper bag of flattened discs. She put her palm to steel and hummed. Say sneezed behind her shoulder, a benediction. Paz swore at a bolt like a woman in love. Aguirre ate the sandwich named for the doctor who had ruined his budget and said that if this was what heroism tasted like, he preferred it to speeches. The city had a spine. It was steel and duct and water and stubbornness. It would never walk. It would hold. Naomi stood with her palm on return and imagined, briefly and guiltily and with a tenderness she would not confess to anyone, that somewhere behind the curtain a shoulder adjusted itself deeper into the dough to sleep and corrected idly the offset of a vertebra like a woman in a good bed. She took her hand away. She went to work. She did not apologize to her door on the way out. She saved the apologies for tables. And in the buildings that had learned, bell cords brushed wrists like the presence of a friend who doesn't need announcing. Kettles clicked their liturgy. Children hummed in the time it takes for lights to go on. The handprints, when they appeared, did so damply and politely and at respectful distances from thresholds, thank you notes drying. The city held together because it had been told to, firmly and without drama, by the same bodies it had asked to surrender. It would try again, of course. That's what appetite does. But for now it ate where it had been fed, and it slept where water fell, and it learned to prefer a mouth with a job to a threshold with a need. Naomi walked home in air that had remembered rain, without demanding it. She carried the iron like an umbrella and felt, for the first time in weeks, silly enough to be human instead of a figure in a cautionary woodcut. On her mat, someone had slid a library card under the door. Yara's, inked with a single line in pencil. We bind what we love. Let's bind the air to better habits. She smiled without cracking and put the card on the table under a jar that contained no holy thing, and a label that would one day make her weep. Then she slept with a towel nearby and a kettle obedient, and a spine of steel working for her at the plant, humming with other hands, other mouths, other lungs. The city turned a page it had been trying to turn with its teeth. It did not catch. It held.
For now.
For later. Chapter 6. The Binding Room. The week held, the way a mended seam holds. Credible, even pleasing if you didn't look too long at where the thread bit. Graybridge hummed because humming had become an ethic. Bus shelters at shift change. Patrol cars queuing at the plant's gate for the night briefing. A row of grandmothers in the clinic's waiting room working their mouths shut like concert practice and side-eyeing anyone who forgot and thanked the receptionist out loud to glass. Children made a game of who could keep a straight, closed lip face longest while someone told a joke. You learn to laugh inward. You learn to be porous only on purpose. Haas's alarms held the pump honest. Aguirre's waterfall returned to falling with the self-respect of gravity. The dough behind the curtain slumped, then spread, then slumped again. No shoulders dreamed underwater. Naomi kept sleeping on purpose, waking at 2 anyway out of fidelity to kettles and thresholds. Her vent exhaled civilly. Once, the ceiling above her bed wore a damp hand for a breath. A thank you, not a press. She closed her eyes and accepted gratitude as if it were as ordinary as steam. It should have been enough good to starve mischief for a while. Goods of that kind go rancid quickly if you set them out where men with budgets can see them. The library's conservation office posted new humidity targets for the protection of bindings. The rare room cleared its throat and dropped to 37% as a matter of policy. A visiting consultant wagged a PowerPoint at Yara that said dryness is preservation. Yara called Naomi and said nothing. Naomi, who had not believed in demons a month ago, heard a demon in the clatter of a dehumidifier cart rolling across parquet. We'll move the anthropodermic to the vault, the consultant said soothingly, as soothing men do when they've never had to mop around their own decisions. Stable environment. Minimal fluctuation. You'll thank me when it doesn't weep oils like your 17th century car taste of visite. It isn't weeping oils, Yara said evenly, hands flat on the desk. It's breathing. What you're smelling is tannin and thyme. It's a person's skin made into a cover by people who preferred the truth when it could be made decorative. I'd rather it smelled. The consultant blinked. Leather objects tend to. People do too, Yara said, and signed a temporary work order because the library belonged to the city and the city loved policies when hunger was quiet. Naomi found her in the staff stair late afternoon, sitting 3 steps up as if claiming a height could persuade a policy to change its mind. We have an organ at the plant, Yara said. We have a mouth, a spine. Now I have allowed a room to become a desert on purpose. Let it hum while you break the order, Naomi said, tender and cruel at once. You're the librarian. You know how to misshelve a law. They moved the case themselves under the pretense of labeling. Marlin, the night guard with the good intuition for when silence needs a witness, unlocked the rare room grudgingly early and pretended to be scandalized as he fetched them the dolly. I will not see this, he said, and looked until he saw what he wanted to be able to describe later when men with radios asked. The case made the small complaining sounds old glass makes when it remembers being sand. The anthropodermic binding inside didn't so much gleam as regard them, the way stubborn things do. I have survived worse. I will survive your kindness, too. Yara's hands were precise and apologetic. Naomi's were careful and utilitarian. They wheeled the case away from the ceiling register that had learned to be ambitious and into a corner where the humidity sensor sulked in its little plexiglass tank. They draped a length of painter's plastic from a shelf to make a silly canopy. They set a travel humidifier on a cart. Its spout pointed toward the canopy's interior, like incense at a reliquary. 45% will not give your consultant hives, Naomi said. 50 would put me in a good mood. I have learned to smuggle moods, Yara said, and plugged the humidifier in with the ineffable self-esteem of a person who believes she is right and therefore forgiven. They stood with their arms folded and watched the canopy cloud. The book's leather didn't respond, not visually. It was too old to submit to theater, but the air around it lost its mean edge. Yara wrote a note and stuck it to the plexi. Microclimate study. Do not remove. Librarian handwriting intimidates even the ambitious. T. Marlin said from the door, complicit now that his complicity had been conscripted into hospitality. I've got a stash. Don't tell the cameras. They drank in paper cups among the atlas cases, while the humidifier made a little weather over a wrong object. People came in with the useful selfishness of evening, students cooling their cheeks on window glass, a man who smelled of frying onions, and hard luck who folded himself into a chair in periodicals and fell asleep with his hand over his mouth like a person who had been taught a rule and preferred not to break it even by accident. The building breathed. Slowly, it forgot the PowerPoint and remembered being a place. At 9:30, the building changed its mind. Not the library, the system. Somewhere in the municipal stack, a schedule kicked a dehumidification sequence into gear. Night settings, energy savers, an algorithm having a thrifty thought. The fans in the rare room's ceiling asserted themselves. The little sensor glowed green in smug relief. The canopy flapped its plastic like a tent in a mean wind. Yara swore in Romanian. It was a sound like a cello reconsidering a key. Naomi set the humidifier to max and filled 2 spare kettles in the staff kitchen from a tap that took 30 seconds to warm, hating the 30 seconds like a woman who has watched a door open in the wrong part of a story. Marlon looked at the thermostat, then at the camera in the corner, and then at the thermostat again, as if painting layers of intention between an action and its witness could disguise the act. He pressed override with his thumb. The fans slowed a notch. The algorithm sniffed. It sped them back up. "I know where the air handler is," Marlon said, and was gone before either of them could recommend caution. They heard it before they saw it. Not rattling, not groans. The sound that has, over weeks, taught itself to be a word, pages. You know it when paper moves against paper, meaning to become a thing. On the long reading tables outside the rare room, between the copper lamps and the carved rails, translucent strips had gathered from the collars of coats, the cuffs of sweaters, the returns bin where 100 books surrendered their readers' residue. They gathered not as snow, not as dust, but as discipline. 10 over 10, folded, squared. Signatures. A stack near the dictionary stand held an arrangement familiar because it was a face's geometry stolen without asking. Ovals within ovals, pores plotted like stars. A stack near the door curved at an edge like a shoulder trying to remember what welds a neck to a back. The desiccants tucked into exhibition cases rolled toward the edges of their packets, as if interested. The rare room glass fogged. On the inside of the anthropodermic case, a handprint bloomed, 5 damp pads, a palm, pressed from within by humidity and ambition at once. It did not ask to be let out. It learned, quickly, where pressure made a mark. "It's binding itself on our damn tables," Yara whispered, furious shy, as if somebody had busted in to make out in her stacks. "Of course it would come here. We taught it to admire neat stacks." "Not just binding," Naomi said. The face shape at the dictionary stand was resolving. Freckles borrowed from 10 readers, a mole's absence written as a neat round blank, the oil from foreheads making a sheen under the library's night lights. It leaned, not quite three-dimensional. The suggestion of cheekbones lay in the way the signatures overlapped to mimic thickness. The mouth confident enough to be blank. The eyes implied by absence, which is worse. "It's making a mask." Marlon returned with the air handler's panel key, breath disciplined. He had run. "Something's tied the damper open," he said. "I closed it. It reopened. It isn't the building. It's the air having an idea. Don't write me up for animism. I was raised around churches. I brought the traveling circus," Haz's voice said from the door. She arrived with a garment steamer she had bullied off Kofi's dolly, a coil of hose, and the posture mechanics carry into emergencies to make purpose look like a tool. Aguirre's on his way, with a cooler. Say's bringing his humidifier pets. If anyone asks for permits, I'll knit them a scarf until they forget what season it is. The mask tilted a degree, a confident little angle like a person saying listen with their head. The breath from the ceiling, dry, municipal, stroked its edge, and the peels clung closer, obedient to charge and intention. Naomi set the iron on the end of the table, 3 inches from the near stack. Heat made a shimmer that learned to count as a wall. "No names," she said, stupid and correct. "No hellos toward glass. If you must speak, do it into your sleeve." She would laugh later at herself. The dermatologist giving liturgy. Tonight liturgy was architecture. They began the work that had saved them elsewhere. Not exorcism. Maintenance rude and immediate, Kettles on, cords to outlets that had never expected sacrament, towels wrung and draped across registers like bunting at a funeral, garment steamers exhaling with the virtue of theatrical fog. The canopy over the case took the stray moisture like a tent in rain and made a river down its plastic side. Inside, the handprint softened and slid until it was only a good story told wrong. Yara went to the dictionary stand. She did not touch the mask. She put her palm near it, raised, a greeting one gives to a dog at a neighbor's gate. Not here, she said through her nose, because librarians rehearse intimacy without touching as a profession. This is not for you. You can be clever at the plant with the other cleverness. Here is for reading, and I will be having none of this. The mask held pride, insult, until the steamer's plume found a preference in the ceiling flow. The peels lifted. For a moment the freckles were in the air, a torn constellation. They came down in disorder. The signatures lost their squared corners and drooped like books too long on wet grass. The stack with the shoulder tried to remember its slope, then gave up and became a curl that remembered ankles. Say arrived with 2 officers and all 3 humidifiers. He set them knee to knee under the table, like chessmen, and turned them on without comment. He had learned not to narrate his confidence. Public Works flagged a control anomaly on this loop, he said quietly to pause. Someone something has been pulling set points down between midnight and 4. If it's not a contractor, it's a program leaning toward dry-on habit. We can make a habit louder, Paz said. She crossed to the wall panel and reprogrammed fate like a woman who had finally been given the right to rewrite an old will. 60 minutes of fog, she muttered. Then we can give it back its virtue with terms. Aguirre arrived carrying a cooler that dripped like a saint's knee, ice water to feed the garment steamer, to keep it earnest. He swore at the ceiling, discovered he had insulted himself, apologized to no one. Marlon hung a paper sign on the rare room door. After hours climate adjustment. Please hum. The first couple to come in saw the sign, saw the fog, saw the stack of almost face slackening, and obeyed. It turns out people are so relieved to be told how to be brave that they'll do it in front of strangers. They worked for an hour the way people work when they've learned effort is prayer. No speeches. No flourish. Naomi moved heat and water like a midwife making a room plausible for biology. Yara lifted stacks and let them fall. Say stood at thresholds and refused the impulse, ancient and male and wrong, to negotiate with doors. Paz bullied an algorithm until it behaved. Marlon fetched tea and did not speak to glass. Teresa arrived because she had sensors no city budget could buy and sent a text to the school custodian chat that said rare room. Extra damn. We good and got back 20 heart emojis and 1 kettle. When the hour ended, the room had become a warm throat. The mask was nothing but the idea of a bad idea, aborted. The signatures had turned to slush. Inside the canopy, the wrong book sat as it always sits, stubborn and present, and the fog slid down the plastic and collected in a paper cup Yara had put under the drip like an offering. She would later label the cup with librarian ecstasy, anthropodermic condensation, incident, 54% RH, no visible damage, smell, tea, hide. She would keep the cup until the smell went ordinary. The air handler upstream coughed and remembered it had an override. The fans quieted. The little green light became an amber that confessed uncertainty. Naomi took the iron off the table and unplugged the kettles. Yara lifted the canopy at the corner to let good air in and bad habit out. Say stepped back from the door, and the door rewarded him by not being a person. Someone is going to write me up, Marlon said into his sleeve, already half a joke. Tell them Miss Ionescu was conducting a microclimate experiment, Yara said. Tell them I had to. Tell them the anthropodermic binding has feelings. Don't, Naomi said, because she could not bear that sentence spoken aloud. Tell them readers do. They left the canopy for the night with water in a humidifier tank and a note taped to the wall panel that read, "Do not run night desiccation between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. in a font large enough to frighten policy. Marlon walked them out with a set of keys that clinked like guilt. It was only on the steps, in the thin, old cold that had made Graybridge do this to itself in the first place, that Naomi realized her hands smelled like the past, tannin and glue and wrong leather, and that the smell had made her want to weep in a way antiseptic never had. She watched her breath roll out of her like a page. The street was full of the city's business. A man in a coat that had once belonged to someone who ate better, a woman with a child asleep on her chest, walking as if her spine had been taut by kettles, a bus turning its big, patient head. She had the urge to apologize to the sidewalk and did not. At home, the mat was empty. No hand. On her table, Yara had slid a card under the jar of spine. Attempt, polite. On it in pencil. We'll put a water curtain in the rare room, if I have to call it humidification for leather longevity. Librarians, when they want something, learn which noun to seduce. Next day, Conservation posted a notice that meant capitulation in a dialect only insiders read. Temporary adjustment to RH targets for exhibition cases in response to seasonal indoor air anomalies. Yara taped a second sign to the cabinet under the anthropodermic case that only the curious would stoop to read. No apologies to cases. Names at tables. Humming welcome. A child with a tour stuck the paper cup of condensation in his pocket and took it home as a souvenir of science. His mother let him because she had learned that disobedience in the service of reality does not go on a report card. The plant continued its wet, honest work. Haas installed a tiny air washer in the rare room's return. 2 perforated tubes, a drip, a tray that made a shallow creak, calling it leather-friendly conditioning. In the permit application with the straight face of a woman who had earned lying by telling better truths. Aguirre added the library to a routing that would bring him pleasure on Tuesday afternoons when he could walk past the Atlas cases and feel useful among maps. Say added the building to patrol and wrote in his notebook in the dutiful, blocky print of a man who has learned how to remind himself to be kind. L. No dry at night. The mask did not return on the tables. The signatures that tried the edges of the return scattered when the tiny creak ran. The anthropodermic binding did not sweat. It breathed. The case fogged, briefly, every evening, and old paper went readable in the air. Yara did not take a picture because photographs are sterile and the act felt indecent. She watched instead and wrote. We kept the room from becoming a throat. We made it a room again. People read. Of course, elsewhere the city, furious in another dialect, picked a new target. Naomi heard it first in a voicemail. A developer on the edge of town, voice lacquered by money, complaining that his new mall had product loss due to humidity marketing hysteria. The maintenance manager chimed in. Shoppers were leaving white smears on the sleeves of satin and accusing the store of dust. The vents were writing in the fitting rooms. A mannequin had gathered a skin of lint so complete a child had kissed it and then screamed. The mall's HVAC had been commissioned by a company proud of replacing water with silica. They had to floor polish every noon. The manager wanted Naomi to fix this PR dust thing. She listened to the message twice, then 3 times, and felt the shape of next work slide under her door in advance. The plant could hold the old loops. The library could be made instructive. Malls have desiccants for gods. Malls are thresholds without tables. She wrote on her pad, in the ugly, blunt print she reserved for sentences that shouldn't be pretty. Suburban loop, forced air, mannequin mask, no tables. The city was binding itself where commerce does too. You cannot ask a department store to hum. You can set a kettle in a back room and call it client experience. You can write a sign on a mirror that says please do not speak your name to glass and hope women in those little rooms will be grateful for the permission. She put her hand to the vent and let it breathe on her palm and thought, treasonous and maternal at once. We have taught you better habits. You will try new ones. We will be there. A person can love a thing and oppose it. A librarian can put a book bound in skin under a tent and call it rescue. A mechanic can build a creek in a duct and call it conservation. A city can learn maintenance as faith. That night, on her mat, someone slid a strip not under the door but up against it. A long, translucent peel with a faint shadow of a line she recognized only when she fetchingly hated herself for it. A lipstick smile in negative, occluded. It had no mouth and claimed one briefly, imperfectly, and then, under the iron's patience and the humidifier's easy generosity, forgot itself into trash. She put the strip in a jar for a day, labeled mask, attempt, scolded, then threw it out with deliberation and washed the jar with very hot water and dish soap and the kind of rubbing that satisfies a body that has had to be in too many rooms where old leather asked to be believed. In bed, the kettle ticked 3, then 2. The plant breathed. The rare room's canopy glistened. Somewhere, Aguirre's waterfall persuaded shoulders to stay soup. Somewhere else, a mannequin's cheek was trying an idea. Naomi drifted towards sleep humming like a person taught to keep her vowels, and the duct over her bed sent down a clean, unambitious breath that said, as clearly as a duct can later. Chapter 7: The Atrium. River Point Commons had been built at the river's elbow on a piece of ground that used to go wild in spring and pull carts into itself for sport. Now it was a climate you could buy: skylight, atrium palms that wore shinier leaves than any plant had a right to, scent diffusers puffing a clean citrus that felt like being scolded politely, glass railings with fingerprints buffed out by a staff with good shoulders. The mall had its own weather. It had been engineered to flatter skin. It flattered dryness. Naomi parked behind the loading dock because the developer's assistant had told her the front entrance would set the wrong tone. She was a dermatologist carrying a tote with a kettle, an iron, 2 travel humidifiers, and a stack of towels like a pilgrim who'd been to more sensible shrines. The maintenance manager, Val Campos, met her among pallets of t-shirts that smelled of size labels and freight. Val had a tool belt and a face that made space for 3 expressions at once: welcome, worry, a small amount of contempt for her employer's choices. "We've been buffing the halls twice a day, and it still looks like flour," Val said, leading Naomi through the back corridor into the atrium, where tiles shone like an algorithm had been paid to promise it would. "We changed the MERV, and it did nothing but make the filters feel superior. Every mirror's got lipstick prints that aren't lipstick. Security's losing their minds. And you called me," Naomi said, testing whether humor would get traction. "I called the plant," Val said. "Pa's told me you're a better story for the bosses. You've got a coat." She shrugged, as if sorry for using prejudice as leverage. "Also, the mall doesn't respect women in boots unless a man says they should. Say's on his way. He brings credibility like a thermos." Val led her into a fitting room corridor at Ian Plus Thread, a store that was currently selling soft clothes whose colors were called Oat and Dune and Atonement. The mirrors were never quite cool. In the seam where silver met frame, translucent curls had gathered and then tried to be discreet. Not letters, not flourishes, just neatness, 10 over 10, folded into themselves as if the mirror had left itself notes for later. "Smell it," Val asked. "Almonds and old paper." Beneath it, the tea tannin she now associated with leather trying to be stoic. A security guard with a name tag that said ASHA joined them. She wore her hair braided tight to keep it from being recruited by the air and carried a small handheld humidifier like a cop may carry a Bible only on very special days. "Customers are taking videos," Asha said. "We wipe, it comes back. It climbs faster than vinegar dries." The fitting room attendant asked me if ghosts have TikToks. I told her not to say that where the vents can hear. They watched the mirror fog with breath that had no visible source. A palm print bloomed and quieted. The curls at the frame edged together like shy neighbors. In the overhead speaker, an exhausted soprano sang about a sweater like a hymn. Naomi set a towel over the vent by the baseboard, and the fog loosened, wiping into honest streaks. The curls sagged, relieved or insulted. Hard to tell. "Your HVAC specs?" Naomi asked Val. 35% RH, constantly, Val said, crisp with shame. "We were told this preserves textiles and profits. We run glycol scents in the diffusers. The desiccants are as big as your head." She swung open a back hatch, and a white drum glowed like a moral. "My ducks hate me. They're trying to make a spine in your atrium," Naomi said, "and a mask in your mirrors. Don't let them." "You talk about air like a teenager," Asha said, pleased and uneasy. "You make me want to put a bell on the cash wrap." "Don't," Naomi said. You'll spook the bosses. Put a kettle in the break room instead. And we'll need your fountain. We don't have a fountain, Val said. We have an art installation that used to be a fountain until legal said water was a slip hazard. Naomi looked up into the white steel brightness of the atrium. At the far end, under the enormous, indulgent skylight, an arrangement of stone bowls and dry jets made a sculpture of absence.
Turn it on, she said.
Val snorted. You turn it on. I have a badge that says I am allowed to stand here and be responsible when other people make bad choices. Lieutenant Say arrived already apologizing to no doors. Heavy coat open, humidifier pets tucked under one arm, the other hand holding a form he had pretended was signed. Behind him, two of his officers carried garment steamers Kofi had donated with the air of men who would not ordinarily touch such tools without gloves. Public Works says the fountain's pump will find religion if we ask it in the right voice, Say said. Aguirre is on his way with a hose like an Old Testament prophet. Paz says the desiccant drums are a sin committed in quadruplicate. I'm here to stand in doorways until the room remembers itself. Fine, Val said, and led them to the pump room where a switch waited like a dare. She threw it. In the atrium, the dry jets coughed, shuddered, and spat a thin spume that was more apology than water. Then the pump remembered it had moved river once. The jets grew, fanned, made a sound like rain rehearsing. Air shifted, surprised. You could feel them all trying not to be provoked. The mall was provoked. Not shrieking. Shops stayed shops. Children still turned into villains in shoe stores, but interested, the way a dog pricks its ears at a whistle 2 rooms away. In Ian Plus thread the mirror fog climbed, then unlearned itself. In the corridor, a handful of curls that had been practicing being a hem fluttered and slumped like bad ribbon. A cluster on the escalator's black comb teeth made a face start and then abandoned the effort mid-moo. They took the kettle to the employee lounge and set it by a corkboard whose notices had been penned by managers who loved clip art. Val pinned a new card. Hum if you must. No names to mirrors.
Kettle on.
Next to it, no apologies to doors. Names at tables, food court counts. Asha laughed once at the odd holiness of it and took her handheld humidifier out into the corridors like a priest's aspergillum. Of course the mall chose to argue. A girl in the next fitting room, not a toddler, not an adult, 12, maybe, trying on a first pair of adulthood jeans, said, audibly through the wall, I look like, and then bit off her own judgment with the bravery of children who have been told new rules and want to keep them. The mirror breathed back anyway. The curls along the baseboard lifted like a tide. Naomi slid into the room without being invited because medicine gives you permission to offend. Breathe through your nose, she said gently.
Hum.
Like you smell something you want to keep. She turned the iron on low and set it on the floor near the vent, 3 inches off. She draped a towel to make a petty, excellent curtain. The girl made a face that said this is ridiculous and obeyed anyway. The pressure at their lips relented. The curls shivered, unwilling. It's just air, the girl's mother said from the other side. Naomi hated the sentence. She understood why it existed. You're doing great, sweetheart. The girl nodded and hummed, read at the earnestness of her own courage. Naomi watched the mirror. It stayed a mirror. She imagined what would happen to the story of this afternoon when the girl told it to a friend who had not been here. She imagined it being silly first, and then useful later, which is the trajectory of most good advice. By dusk, the fountain had made a fog of manners under the skylight. The garment steamers had been promoted to the atrium, like performers with better lights. Val stood with a walkie on one hip, and the expression of a woman who has decided she can live with getting fired if it extends the life of a place by a day. Say stationed an officer at each entrance with humidifiers like chess pieces. People came and went without calamity. The mall breathed in a new pattern. The sweet, crackling smell softened to tea cut with bathwater. A developer's man in a suit engineered for televised concern appeared at the railing and looked down at the fountain like a person who had never learned to be wet on purpose. We're operating out of policy, he told Val. Our warranty exposure. Our people exposure, Val said, and did not move her mouth more than necessary. You can invoice me later. The mall's lungs want this. So do mine. Lieutenant Say put himself between the man and the decision without being dramatic. You can close us, he said mildly. And then you can take 100 statements from customers who'll say the mirrors were making faces again and that they smelled almonds and paper and thought of your brand. Or you can let us commit this scandal and go home later feeling a little ashamed and a little saved. The suit looked at Naomi like a man trying to decide whether to listen to a person without a tie. She was too tired to negotiate.
Kettles, she said.
Humidifiers. Steamers. We make a mouth here, so the other mouths don't get ideas. Let us teach them all a habit. He rubbed the angle of his jaw and did not quite roll his eyes. He used his phone to do the thing men in his position despise and called someone else for permission. When he hung up, he said, "It's your liability," and Val said, "Always was," and the fountain carried on being handsome. The mall tried again in a less showy square. In Maison Veuve, a home goods shop that smelled like debt, a display of white duvet covers had gathered translucent peels along their folded edges like new lace. The covers were arranged in stacks, 10 over 10, and the peels had adopted the discipline. One stack wore a mask at the top, pores plotted, a dent where a nose would be, that blank mouth again. A child reached toward it, because children are built to put their hands where ideas are, and Asha caught the child's wrist midair and turned it into a game of let me see how strong you are. The mask lifted an edge like a page deciding not to be turned, and then sank as the garment steamer laved it with the new gentle rain. We are literally laundering the air, Yara texted, because she had been stuck at the library until the Rare Room's New Creek settled its own argument with policy, and then had run to the mall with a tote of folded paper signs that would be illegal if anyone read them. Naomi held up her phone so Yara could find them by their arrogance. Yara's hair had escaped its librarian bun in a way that would have forced men in old books to write poems. She set a sign on the fitting room corridor wall, "Try on clothes, not names." Another at the mirror, "Please hum." Another on the rail near the fountain, "Names at tables." She set one absurdly at the perfume bar, and no apologies to your doors, even the nice ones. Theo arrived because he had a way of arriving where thresholds wanted to rehearse. He carried a bag of terry cloth towels and the knowledge of when to wring them. Kofi came with 2 more steamers and a bag of lint that he refused to look at as he set it next to the fountain.
For the plant, he said.
Or for priest. I don't care which. Teresa, breathless and happy to be useful somewhere that wasn't a school, appeared with a jug and a note. Custodians' Union has extra kettles. We're bringing them like casseroles. Public Works took photographs of the creek that had been engineered under River Point's fountain and would later call it an evaporative feature, in a memo that pretended the city had always planned to reinstall water when it got bored of being clever. Val put a travel humidifier under the counter at the information desk and told the team stationed there to top it up between telling women where the restrooms were. The team nodded like she'd been given a candle to carry in a play. It still went wrong, once, because stories require a lesson in humility even after you've learned to be humble. At Voguehead, a boutique with mirrors arranged like enemies, 2 girls took selfies in the sideways light, and one of them said her own name to make the app pay attention. The mirror did. The curls at the corners lifted. The lip of the mask that had been practicing in the corner curled like hunger. Naomi saw it because her eyes had learned where to find new bad ideas. She went in too fast, which you're not supposed to do with children that age, and said, "Don't." Too sharp, which is not the tone the young are trained to accept. The girl flinched and smiled anyway, because politeness is the last thing to leave us. Her friend hummed, because a teacher had told her in another building to practice humming like a kettle drum secret. Val, smarter than any of them about the rhythms of retail, killed the music on the store speakers. The room remembered its own air. Silence felt like a reminder. The girls laughed at the ridiculous old woman trick of turning off a soundtrack and left to find dumplings. The mask unlearned itself under a towel that had been wrung the way women wring comfort out of poor cloth. By 9, the fountain had become the mall's center of gravity. The food court, those rows of tables no architect likes to admit he admires, fulfilled their highest purpose for the first time in a decade. names spoken at tables, not to thresholds. People called out "I'm here" to friends and spouses and children and retail clerks who had survived another hour. The names didn't jump to mirrors. Steam rose at the edges of the atrium. Glass fogged and cleared under that little, decent weather. The skylight showed a night that had decided not to be a lid. Aguirre came to look disagreeably at a pump he hadn't asked to rescue. He put his hand on the housing to feel heat and said, despite himself, "Good," as if he were scolding a dog for learning a new trick too eagerly. Paz reprogrammed a sequence in the building management computer that would prevent night desiccation from driving the place back into stupid. She named the file Leather Longevity and smiled a small smile at the pleasure of bureaucratic treason. Say posted officers at both ends of the atrium like bookends. They watched with the gentle menace of men who have been told to keep peace and have decided that in this instance peace is water and kettles and humming and telling teenagers they look good without asking them to model heroism. He wrote in his notebook, "Mall loop, fountain allowed to live, no dry at night. Mirrors behave when fed." The mall learned a rule. It would break it later because appetite enjoys tests. For now, the fountain's curtain was a mouth with a job. The fitting rooms hung small towel valances from their baseboard vents like modesty skirts. The perfume counter kept a humidifier under its marble slab and did not confess to corporate. Asha developed an instinct for which corridor's air was plodding and walked through humming just enough to teach it a better punctum. Val updated the maintenance protocol and, because she is the kind of woman who wins wars without medals, trained a staff of teenagers to run kettles and steamer rotations between mopping and snack bar. On the way out, the developer's man tried to shake Naomi's hand and thank her as if she'd done a branding. She declined gently because mouths are not the only things that can be badly timed. "This is maintenance," she said. "You'll hate it on Wednesdays when it smells like drip pans." That's what success is going to look like. He looked wounded and then relieved, because some men do better when they are not being lured by adjectives. At home, Naomi found a receipt strip slid under her door from one of the mall boutiques. Maison Veuve printed in proud font, blank apart from two small black flecks midway down, freckles documented by pragmatic paper. Trapped in the curl of the strip was a sliver of someone's forearm peel, delicate as a thought. The air had returned a souvenir, because that is what air does when cities throw a party. She set the iron near, not on. She put the peel in a jar and labeled in her ugly, decent print, "Mall, mask flake, returned, learn table." She wrote on the receipt itself "No apologies, 2 mirrors," and threw it away with a satisfaction that felt like sleep. She lay down. The kettle ticked 3, then 2. The duct sent down a thing she now trusted, a breath with no ideas. She dreamed of an escalator carrying a book bound in towels to the plant, of mannequins asking permission to blink and being told later, of a librarian draping a canopy over a wrong book and calling it care. She woke once, and in the ceiling above her bed a damp hand appeared for a breath, grateful, and did not press. The next morning, her voicemail contained a message from her mother in Santa Fe who never left messages, just called, and called until a person lived. "Mija, are you eating? Your aunt says she saw on the news that your city is steaming the malls because of a rash. That sounds like a soup and not a policy.
Call me."
Naomi laughed into her coffee in the way you laugh when the world has chosen to be silly in the precise way you need it, then called to tell her mother about kettles and irons and the virtue of not saying your name to a mirror, and her mother said something in Spanish that meant no apologies to doors and had meant it before Naomi knew the phrase. At the plant, the curtain fell the way it should. The dough behind it slumped like a thing done working for now. Paz swore at a stubborn gauge. Aguirre asked when the sandwich, named for Naomi, would be putting beets on itself, and she told him no one likes a man that much. Yara sent a photograph of the rare room canopy fogged at the edges and not sweating, captioned "Leather Longevity Success" for anyone who might be reading her phone. Theo texted a picture of a fitting room towel valance with a clip art hummingbird hovering over the words "hum here" in a teenage hand. Say sent a single line from roll call. Humming is a command voice now. Beneath it, a photo of the whiteboard. No apologies, 2 doors. Names at tables. Try on clothes, not names. Someone had drawn a kettle. The city wasn't cured. It had simply learned to be bored in the right places. The collector, if it was a thing and not the sum of their clumsiness, had learned a new habit. Choose the mouth with a job. It would try again, appetites do. It would find a loop they hadn't gotten wet yet. It would sing to glass when teenagers needed glass to be a friend. It would build a spine out of filters in a hospital if they weren't careful. Maintenance is not victory. It's a decision you make every day against entropy and vanity. At noon, Naomi walked past Ian Plus thread on her way to the parking lot. The fitting room corridor held a cool that wasn't mean. On the mirror nearest the entrance, a small damp word had been written in a finger, too high for a child. The word was later. It was not accusation. It read like gratitude, with good manners. The mall kept it for a breath, then, kind for once, fogged the word out. The font dissolved into honest water, slipped down the glass, and vanished where Val's crew had learned to keep a towel waiting. Chapter 8. The White Wing. The call came from a number Naomi didn't recognize and a voice she did. A nurse who had stitched her knee when she fell off a bike at 13 and had since learned to talk in a register that could fool panic into thinking it wasn't invited. Dr. Reyes? Alma Keene at St. Gabriel Hospice. I'm sorry to ask for you this way. We've got air problems. Housekeeping says dust, facilities says policy. I say my patients are getting papery. I can feel the itch under my own itch. When I change Mr. O'Grady, his back peels in a long ribbon that won't behave in the bin. The vent over bed 2 writes little ovals like fingerprints and then forgets them when I blink. I'm not silly, but I don't like to be disbelieved. You're not silly, Naomi said, and meant. I have asked my door not to listen to me. I will never again tell anyone they are silly for noticing air. I'm coming. St. Gabriel's White Wing had been added the year Naomi left for residency. Donors wanted their grief modern. The old hospice house still squatted on the hill behind with radiators like grumbling ants and doors that knew their jobs. The White Wing was sealed and proud. HEPA wheels in the mechanical room spun out their virtue. Desiccant drums gleamed. Occupancy sensors economized kindness. The corridors had been finished in a shade that allowed winter to feel expensive. Art on the walls did not involve faces. The money had believed faces were too heavy for dying people. In the nurse's station, Alma wore scrub sleeves rolled to her elbows and the tolerance of a woman who'll straighten a god if it's crooked. She pressed Naomi's hand not as greeting but as testing. Fingertips dry, skin fine as onion skin under winter's rehearsals. I called facilities, she said. They told me the wing is at ideal. 35% relative humidity, constant, per manufacturer's letter. I asked them if this was a hotel. They said no. I asked them to raise to 45. They said the art objects would suffer. I asked them if the objects would cry to their mothers. Naomi smiled into the ugly correctness of it. Where's Mr. O'Grady? 2, Alma said, eyes softening. Irish as an ash tree and skin like a whisper. He asked me last night to put my palms on his back while he went under. Not to comfort, to keep him from peeling out of himself. Imagine having to ask for that. They stood in the doorway of 2, without speaking. The room had been designed by someone who liked the idea of quiet, sound-deadening glass, pleated whiteness, a view of a winter sky that pretended to be a mural. The man on the bed was not bones yet, not paper. He breathed as if taut. The vent above his head wore a trim lovely enough to be jewelry. In the corners of the grill, translucent curls had gathered as if ashamed of their ambition. On the privacy curtain, a dampness had printed itself in 5 tired ovals, a hand, polite, practicing the boundary. Has anyone apologized to the curtain? Naomi asked very gently. Alma made a face. I told them not to. We say names at the chart, at the bed, at the table in the break room when we eat. We don't say them to the door, as if the door is their mother. Nurses learn the difference first in school, and then for real. But families, people want the building to witness. The building likes to. Heat, Naomi asked. Warm, Alma said. Not mean. The desiccant runs at night to make the administrators faithful to their gods. Naomi climbed onto the step stool at the vent and laid a hand on the grill. The air pressed back like a creature learning to be kind when reminded it was being watched. She set a towel across the ledge, hung another on the curtain rod like a bad balance. She took the travel humidifier from her tote without apology and set it behind the bed. The little plume went up like an excellent lie told to the right person. She put the iron on low and rested it on the bedside table, not touching anything sacred, heat wavering. Mr. O'Grady swallowed the way a man accepts water when you've been kind enough to bring it without deserving thanks. His granddaughter, 20, maybe, winter hair, the watchful face of children who have been enlisted as adults, sat with a cup of broth and a shoulder that knew how to be leaned on. "We've been humming," she said, a smile that refused to be a performance. Gran did it at Massachusetts pop calls it sinful. "We do it anyway." "It is a sin I prefer," Alma said crisply, and ran a cloth under Mr. O'Grady's shoulder blades the way good nurses do when the body needs to be reminded it has a frame. In the hall, Naomi met a facilities man with a tie that set his chin, and a body that knew how to refuse women it loved. "We can't raise our age," he said in a tone he intended to be sorrow and landed on bureaucracy. "We'll grow mold in the ducts." The donor asked for archival environment. "You're preserving art," Naomi said, because she had not been raised to commit arson while speaking to a colleague, and had learned that a certain kind of sentence can smell like gasoline anyway. "We are preserving skins." He looked at her with a decency that hurt. "There are liability protocols." "There are living humans," Alma said, and her mouth didn't move more than necessary. Paz arrived by a door that did not expect saints with a satchel that clanked like an honest religion. "I left the plant long enough for Aguirre to call me disloyal," she said cheerfully. "I brought a baby water curtain. Don't tell anyone. It sits in a return. It drips. It turns fancy air into useful." The mechanical room in the White Wing was a cathedral that had been convinced to go corporate. Rows of white cylinders, desiccant rotors, hummed their excellence. Duct trunks ran like ribs. In the return off the hospice corridor, Paz mounted her little blasphemy. A length of perforated tubing, a pump borrowed from a broken soda machine, a catch tray with a grate over it so nobody could call it a puddle. "It's a creek," she said, satisfied. "I call them creeks so administrators relax." The first minute the water ran, nothing happened. The second minute the return sucked as if remembering taste. The third minute, a furring pail in the filter loosened, darkened, sloughed into the tray like a bad idea losing its syntax. The room's smell changed from tea to bath. In the corridor, Naomi passed a linen closet with the door ajar and saw what happens when a building gets the wrong invitation. On the shelf, folded shrouds. Not linen, not sewn. Sheets of thin, translucent stuff, stacked, 10 over 10, edges squared. The ghost of freckles from 300 backs map puncturing the wrong geometry. Her stomach flinched. She set the iron on the shelf near, not on. She moved heat like a teacher, stern and trusted. The stacks sagged and slid, untidying themselves into trash. She took the top 3 peels to hovel in labeled jars. Hospice, linen shelf, signatures. Scolded. Dr. Hovel met her in the morgue cool, as always, mouth clipped to keep reality tidy. "We've had 3 quiet ones," she said. "No violence. All bones too clean. Your jars tell me your hallway had ideas. My grinder hates ideas." She tapped the sheet inside the jar with a gloved knuckle. "Edges. There's no tear. It left." I don't know how to persuade a report to keep that sentence. We teach medicine to explain. Not all of this wants explaining. They walked back to the White Wing together, because sometimes a morgue doctor needs to see someone alive on a Thursday. Mr. O'Grady slept on his side with the modesty of a man who has spent a life making rooms safe for other people. His granddaughter hummed beside him without being asked to be brave. On the privacy curtain, the damp handprint had faded to a smudge like cloud. The vent breathed like a trained chest. "Is it only the dying?" Hovel asked, not in defense of anything, in the stubborn curiosity that keeps women in jobs that don't often thank them. "Did the collector, as Yara calls it, decide to shop where people are leaving?" "Dying taught it tidiness," Naomi said. "So did our ducks." It will eat where we make dryness easy. It will learn to prefer our gardens if we irrigate. Then irrigate, Alma said, because nurses are not built to listen to theory while standards are bleeding out. They irrigated. Alma sent a text to the hospice chat thread that read, "Humidify the white wing. Towels at vents. Kettles at nurse's station. Hum if anxious. Names at bedside. Pause tune the creek to keep its music below the part of the register that alarms insurance men. Say stationed an officer by the visitor entrance with a travel humidifier and the aggression of a monk who's discovered that incense saves lives." Yara arrived with a stack of signs printed in a font so sensible it would not be confiscated. And no apologies, 2 doors. Names at tables. Hum welcome. She taped one under the clock in the break room and another next to the machine that dispensed grandmotherly coffee. Theo showed up with towels and thermoses, and the habit of making thresholds forget they like theater. Kofi, who had never met a hospital he wasn't nervous in, stood in the hall and held a garment steamer like a relic and smiled at an old woman in a way that made the air reassess its opportunities. The White Wing complained. It had been designed to enjoy being right. The art didn't blister. The donors did not appear to make speeches. The hidden dehumidification schedule kicked on at 9:30 and Paz was there with a screwdriver and a name for a digital register that would later be entered into evidence by a man who had learned to respect women who carried satchels. The creek ran. The vents breathed. The privacy curtains dampened at their hems like dresses in a summer storm. It still found a way to argue, because dryness hoards cleverness. At midnight, in room 6, a woman whose mouth had been sensible all her life turned toward the privacy curtain and, in her sleep, began to say her own name to it leisurely, as women do when correcting waiters. The curtain listened, because curtains are not to be trusted, and a lip formed under the hem, a strip obeying a phrase, curling just enough to ask for more. Naomi felt the pressure at her own mouth in the corridor and walked in like a person convinced she was allowed. She put her hand not on the woman's shoulder. Don't wake. On the curtain itself, palm flat, the way you hold a child's forehead and say no. Through her nose, she hummed the kettle hymn. Through her palm, she pressed heat, iron nearby, towel close, and through the habit they had taught the room, she said later, and it behaved. You do this, Alma said when they stepped into the light, not as flattery. God spare women from flattery when they are working, but as instruction. We will need 3 more people who know how to hold a curtain and make it apologize without a word. I do this until the pump dies, Naomi said, and smiled with a mouth that knew malice had been temporarily postponed. By 2 a.m, the hospice had learned a new vigil. Not a prayer. That is too tidy for what was required. The kettle clicked in the break room, and nurses leaned their foreheads into their sleeves and breathed like women who know that lungs are instruments and not megaphones. Families who could sleep slept with towels over the vents and dreams that refused to become difficult. In the mechanical room, the creak did its chattering work. In the return behind the linen closet, a clump tried to remember how it had planned to be a shroud and gave up, bored and damp. At 4, Alma wheeled a cart down the hall not with meds or paperwork, but with a stainless steel basin and a pile of warm washcloths. She had learned this first in a charity ward before the White Wing existed. A warm, wet cloth across a person's back is a sermon to the body about how to stay in itself. She set one on Mr. O'Grady's shoulder blades, as if putting a roof back on a house. He sighed, a good small sound, and stayed. Naomi sat at the nurse's station and wrote her foolish, essential handout in plain, bossy sentences the way you write recipes down when you know a niece will want to repeat you. If you see lint gathering in patterns near vents or thresholds, cover the vent with a damp towel. Set a humidifier by the bed. Do not speak names toward air. If a privacy curtain breathes back, put your palm flat. Hum. Hold heat near, not on, the fabric. Say nothing. Names. Bedside, chart, table. Not to doors. Overnight, creeks running. Kettles on. No night desiccation. In a pinch, hot shower running with door cracked. Everyone breathes through their nose. Laugh silently if you can manage it. It tricks the air into liking you. She handed it to Yara to make into a flyer because librarians make language naughty and official at once. Alma posted it and dared anyone to say it wasn't evidence-based. The medical director walked through, announced that he hated the smell, then stood by the basin of warm cloths and closed his eyes for 6 seconds like a man who had been allowed to be a person. Say took a single photograph at dawn, from the mouth of the White Wing corridor looking toward the window where the sky had learned to be less unforgiving. No faces, no patients, no privacy betrayed. Just towels at vents like ridiculous epaulets, a garment steamer exhaling, a hand-lettered sign above the coffee that read "No apologies to doors" with a cartoon kettle. He sent it to Naomi and wrote, "Looks like a choir fell asleep." By mid-morning, facilities had stopped threatening and started asking how to maintain a creek without violating anything expensive. Paz gave them a work order and a lecture. Aguirre came with a coil of hose and the satisfaction of a man who has discovered a second building willing to be honest. Hava left with 3 jars and a sense that her reports would never again be clean. Mr. O'Grady died that afternoon, the cloth still on his back, his granddaughter's hand on his wrist, his door uninterested in becoming a person. Alma wrote the time without looking at the clock. The room had told her. She folded the cloth the way women fold things they would rather keep. He didn't peel out of himself, she said softly to Naomi in the hall. He kept himself. Later, Naomi said, not like a euphemism for death, like a rule that had earned their affection. They cleaned the White Wing without scouring it. They moved the towels and found no handprints, which felt like a compliment. They turned the creek from on to still on and lied on the form about the classification, evaporative conditioning, leather longevity, Yara's gift to policy. It still wanted new rooms. Of course it did. There is no system without a weak spot. The call came before dark from a place Naomi had not intended to set foot in again, if she could help it. The neonatal unit in the private hospital with views of the river the donors believed would make prematurity gentler. "This one is mine," Alma said when Naomi's face did something primal at the thought of tiny lungs. "You don't come. You will break. I will go. I will smuggle kettles. I will say words to administrators that make them remember what mammal they are. Your job is the places where people are expected to be big." Naomi let herself be told because there is a hierarchy of hardness, and she was not built for the NICU's particular arithmetic. Alma went, goddess in scrubs with a satchel of steamers. Yara sent signs in a font you cannot argue with. Hum quietly. Names at crib. No apologies to windows. Paz called a friend who owed her a sin and got the dehumidification schedule, adjusted for neonatal epidermal integrity. Say walked a beat up and down the street outside the private hospital without jurisdiction and hummed anyway because he had adopted the belief that humming traveled through concrete. The city watched them, if cities watch, behave like a species invested in boundaries. The laundromat lint turned domestic again, insulted into staying put. The mall's fountain learned to be ordinary. The rare room's canopy picked up a little fog at 9 each night and let it go at 10. The plant breathed like a machine that knew the names of the people who had forgiven it its sins. The bus shelters were uglier for steam and better for living. On Naomi's doormat that evening, no one had left a folded thing. It was not a hand. It was not a face. It was a small, neat rectangle made of peels, the size of a visitor's card, with the suggestion of a lip at one short edge, as if it had practiced being a mouth and then, bored, had decided to be stationary. She put the iron near and watched it forget ambition. She slid it into a jar and labeled it with the ugly, fond print that had become her prayer. Hospice. Thank you. Learned bedside. She set the jar beside spine. Attempt, polite and masked, scolded and the bead of desiccant she had trapped like a mean idea. Then she made tea and carried her mug to the window and watched the river pretend it had invented currents, and her city exhale, and her phone glow with Alma's text from the NICU that read, "Creek installed. Humming permitted." A mother laughed without sound, and a baby startled, and then slept. That night, the ceiling above Naomi's bed wore a damp hand for one breath, and she did what the hand meant. Nothing. She slept. The White Wing, in the days after, learned to be a room again. Visitors still cried to the air. The air learned to bring their sorrow to the table instead of the door. The creek ran. The towels rotated. The privacy curtains obeyed palms. The vents wrote nothing except the unambitious song of air. The collector, if it was a thing and not history making a code, had been given a better mouth. It had learned that bodies with chores behave better than bodies invited to a party. It would try the office towers next, Naomi suspected. The sealed floors with polished men at desks, the server rooms with their desert singing, the data centers where air is taught that water is a sin. People there don't hum. People there say their names to glass for a living. She could feel the city's ducts considering schedules. She turned the page in her notebook and wrote an address she didn't want to write. Halbert Tower, level 41, server farm. She circled it and wrote, as if bossing herself might save her later. Bring kettles. Bring paws. Bring Val. Bring the line. And no apologies to doors. Bring a sandwich. The kettle ticked 3, then 2. The plant's waterfall fell. The rare rooms creak whispered. The mall fountain behaved. Mr. O'Grady's granddaughter wrote Naomi a note that said simply, he stayed, and Naomi folded it into her ledger with the satisfaction of a good stitch. She slept with her face turned toward a vent that breathed like a friend who had been told to keep its voice down in the night and had agreed, for now, for later. Chapter 9, The Tower. Halbert Tower sold a climate and called it excellence. 48 stories of sealed glass. The lobby a polished aquarium where men in dark coats said their names to turnstiles that pretended to be doors and were, in truth, radios with manners. Naomi had never liked the place even when her practice paid its rent to a smaller cousin. Air that never argues makes her suspicious. She stood just behind the brass line that told you where to adjust your posture and watched a queue of mouths perform identity for glass. Try not to wince, Lieutenant Say said beside her, coat open, badge tucked where it would be persuasive later. Security thinks I brought you to scold their gates. I did, she said, because tired had rubbed off the varnish. Not today, but eventually. The building manager was a man whose face announced my hands are clean for a living. Priya will meet you upstairs, he said. She's our data center lead. We operate level 41 for clients who dislike failure. They require dryness. Static loves dryness, Naomi said. So does uptime, he said, proud of the sentence and not hearing its loneliness. They went through the turnstiles without saying their names. Say flashed his credentials and held up a portable humidifier at belt level the way a parent hides a toy from a child they don't plan to share. The elevator rose like a prayer that has memorized itself. At 41, the doors opened to a corridor that smelled expensive and tired. Floor wax, ozone, the discipline of non-smell. A sign with friendly tyranny read white space. No food, no drink, no open liquids. Naomi patted the tote where she kept her kettle and felt like a smuggler of soup in a desert. Priya Menon met them with a ponytail and a lanyard and the expression of a person who had been asked to explain electricity to a committee 12 times and still believed it was worth doing. We run 22% RH on the cold aisle, she said before hello. Legal says anything higher endangers customer equipment, corrosion in solder joints, a lawsuit if we sneeze wrong. And how many static events this quarter? Say asked, polite as a blade. 3 that tripped alarms and didn't. 2 where the logs looked like a ghost kissed aboard. Priya's mouth decided not to betray how much sleep the sentence had cost her. And twice this month, Jonah, night shift, swore the hot aisle talked back when he breathed too fast. The data center air hit Naomi's teeth the way desert wind does when you step from a house dark at noon. Thin, smart, unforgiving. White tiles, black cabinets, glass doors on every rack like expensive coffin lids. The hum had a frequency that made the back of her skull think of fluorescent bulbs that needed replacing. Do you smell it? She asked Say.
Paper, he said.
And tea. And almonds. I have become a man with a glossary. They gowned up because ritual matters even when the god is wrong. Smocks. ESD booties. Wrist straps that tethered them to the building like polite prisoners. Priya led them through the cold aisle, a corridor between cabinets where air blew at shin height, and the skin on Naomi's forearms tried to be obedient and failed. The cold was not theater, it was duty. She felt the itch beneath the itch. Learn to recognize it now, like a word that wants to be said by someone else's mouth. Hot aisle, Priya said, opening a door to the corridor behind the racks where heat was allowed to be itself. It breathed on them like an animal tolerating visitors. This is where your thing will be if it's smart. It is too dry to live. That's what we've always said. We might have been wrong. It was there. Not a body, not even a face, not yet. The cable trays overhead, the wide, perforated gutters that carried patch cords and fiber, had gathered translucent curls in neat, miserable lines. 10 over 10 over 10, squared at the edges, signatures waiting for a press. A mask had practiced on the inside of a cabinet door, a blank oval plotted by pores, a mouth deliberately unmade. Along the cold aisle's perforated floor tiles, curls had gathered along the rows in a spinal suggestion that made Naomi swallow hard. Vertebrae, again, offset the way diagrams teach. 5 server blanks down the row wore pale handprints, as if a person had leaned to read a serial number and left their sympathy behind. Custodial, says dust, Priya said, as if reading a ritual she despised. We wipe. It returns arranged. Jonah won't walk the hot aisle after 2 unless I'm on the phone with him. He says something stands where the cable tray crosses the riser and counts. Counting is a vice of clever air, Naomi said. It learned it from us. Don't let it think it can keep the beat. Water is banned, Priya said, defensively, already on Naomi's side but obligated by tribe to recite her gods. We can't put a kettle in here. We can't tolerate visible vapor near fans. My clients will see a fog and send me a ferret full of lawyers. We won't, said another voice from the doorway, agreeable and stubborn. Jorge Paz had materialized in smocks. She wore like a joke she'd paid for. We'll find your AHU and put a creek in its throat. Upstream. Invisible. Your corrosion man can write me a poem later. We'll give you 45% on the cold aisle and make your night phantom lazy. 40, Priya said, bargaining the way women do when victory has to be worn under a jacket. My email will bleed if I write 4-5. 40, Paz agreed, and then, to Naomi because honesty has a flavor. We can aim for 45 and report 40. Don't quote me where my badge shows. Say posted himself at the end of the aisle where the glass door met a threshold, because doors insult him, because he has learned to explain his vocation to air by standing very still and owning shape. No names to screens, he said to nobody, then to everybody. I want a sign for that. Yara arrived with a tote of signs in exactly the font that cowed professionals while soothing grandmothers. She wore an ESD strap like jewelry. No apologies to screens. Names and tickets. Hum quietly. Another. Do not speak your login to the room. Another she taped at knee height on the cold aisle's grate. Step lightly. Air listening. She had learned to add a small kettle icon in the corner of every sign now. People obeyed kettles. Aguirre came behind her carrying a coil of hose over his shoulder the way men carry children. Tender, when they think no one looks. He gave Priya a nod that made tribe out of dissenters. Your AHU? Mechanical mezzanine, Priya said. 3 floors up. Our air comes down like a commandment. Then we'll teach it a second verb. Aguirre said, Pause, you baptize. I'll officiate. They left Naomi with Priya in the white space because Naomi had something ridiculous to do. Teach screens not to be doors. She set a garment steamer at the end of the aisle by the door, where warm air learned that glass is a toy. The unit exhaled in the smallest, least photogenic plume that ever saved a man. She draped 2 towels along the floor tiles where cold air rose like quick grammar. She set her cheap iron on the stainless rack at the edge of the room, 3 inches from a vent's face, out of reach of the client gods, to warm the conversation. Then she walked the rows with Priya and touched every rack door with the back of her fingers like a midwife teaching an infant that the world has temperature and politics. Jonah. Priya said into her radio, We're going to be obscene and like it. Stay with us. His voice had the meek cheer of a person who has been afraid alone and is trying not to be greedy now that fear has company. Cameras say hello from hot aisle 2. Don't say hello back, Naomi said, and touched the latch to his cabinet as if a human wrist would remember. Hawes texted from the mezzanine an image of a rectangular metal box with its side off and its guts laid out like a sketch of lungs. You found.
Nozzles in. Creek ready.
Need steam. Need permission to not ask permission. Say made a phone call phrased as a courtesy that functioned as an order. Aguirre swore at a flange until it obeyed. Above their heads, somewhere behind punched sheet metal, a small river began to fall. Perforated tubes weeping, catchpan catching, a pump handling it like a man with both hands full and not complaining. It changed quick. It always did when you put water where dryness had been given the budget. The cold aisle's air lost its mien. The tiny hairs on Naomi's wrists stopped asking to leave. The curls on the tile lifted, thought better, slumped like ribbon that had learned to read. On the cabinet door where somebody had practiced a mask, the pores unplotted themselves. The lip that might have been if it had been wasn't. 42, Priya said, looking at a meter that had lived a life ignoring women. 43. You will make me write 3 memos I will hate and thank you for. 44. She laughed once, small and obscene and pure. Static just died under my shoe. Logs.
Say asked. Clean, she said.
The ghosts stopped kissing the boards. Above the cable tray at the riser, where Jonah swore the thing counted, Naomi stood on a step stool and looked into a shadow that had formed simply because light was bad at arranging itself around corners. In it, a stack of peels folded into signatures like a book you do not want to finish. They had made a tidy at the bend, 10 by 10. She did the least science of the night and the most useful. Set the iron on the tray near, not on. Opened the steamer, lifted her palm like a woman telling a dog to drop. Heat shimmered. Water arrived in air that had been denied it, and the peels forgot. They slid. One floated down like a dandruff leaf and landed on her shoulder with the affront of a joke. Later, she said, through her nose, because she had made that word into an instrument. The shadow became a shadow again. They were not done. Dryness hoards cleverness, and when thwarted tries to make a person out of another kind of grammar. At the far end of the room, where the server rows jogged to accommodate a column, an old green monitor, Legacy, left plugged in for men who believed in seeing blinken lights with their whole bodies, glowed misery. On its glass, in condensation that had no right to gather there while legal humidity was being argued, a handprint lifted and settled like a brave thing practicing retreat. Beneath the glass, a login prompt, "This is a building that demands names," blinked. A tech would come at 2 to type his into the room. Naomi taped a sign above it. Type. Don't tell. She felt like an Annie and did not mind. In the mezzanine, a municipal argument resolved into a sin committed and then forgiven. Hawes turned down the creek to a thread because now came the delicate part, keep it out of sight and inside the law. Aguirre showed Priya where to hook the building's own steam injection that had been uncommissioned when some consultant had announced the era of water was done. They wrote a new sequence into the building management screen with the patience of 2 conspirators who like each other. Cold aisle RH greater than or equal to 40%. Night desiccation off. They named the file board preservation and laughed into their sleeves. Jonah came down from the hot aisle like a man who had been a child and finally admitted it. He took off his strap and leaned his forehead on the cool edge of a cabinet door and hummed the kettle drum hymn without being self-conscious. I feel ridiculous, he said, and then, exhausted, thankful. Keep doing it anyway. The building, insulted by having learned, tried one last thing. One of the glass rack doors, the one with the practice mask, exhaled. Fine curls trapped along the gasket lifted and arranged themselves into a lip line like a pencil sketch, a mouth with no intention but mischief. The little plume from the steamer caught the lip midline and turned it back to a smudge. Naomi wanted, briefly, to weep at being asked to parent air. She didn't. She touched the steel with the back of her knuckles and let the heat do the rest. You'll get a call, Priya told Naomi as they packed smocks in a bin and pretended their bodies remembered ordinary temperatures. From someone with a title like Director of Environmental Compliance. He'll ask you to put in writing that water near servers is okay. Water near servers isn't okay. Naomi said. Water in air that remembers is. That sentence will save me and get me accused of philosophy, Priya said, mouth softening. Yara taped the last of her signs at the whiteboard near the door where hands wrote tickets. Requests for help, small prayers to systems. Names and tickets, not to glass. Hum, if the hot aisle talks. She drew a little kettle at the bottom because it had become an icon worth a heresy. They stood at the threshold and did the ridiculous thing you do when you've asked a room to behave, and it has for now. They said nothing at the door and thanked the air without using mouths. A security camera regarded them unforgivingly. Naomi waved at it like a woman teasing a child she refuses to flatter. Say wrote in his book with a slow, square care of a man who knows he will be asked what he did the day he grew blasphemous with steam. Halberd, AHU Creek, cold aisle 40 to 45. No desiccation at night. Signs posted. Jonah, okay. He added, as an indulgence, and no apologies, 2 screens. Down in the lobby, a night cleaner pushed a mop across the brass line and practiced humming without making a show. Naomi and Say crossed the turnstiles with their names in their pockets and their shoulders no longer itching. Outside, the river did its useless impression of permanence. A bus breathed at the curb and did not make a face in its own scratched plexiglass. A woman walked past with a laptop bag and a look that said she would like to be allowed to be small for a week, and the air didn't argue. At home on her mat, no one, had left a cable tag. One of those small plastic flags used to label patch cords, only not plastic. A rectangle of translucent peel folded over itself, a ghost label, empty. It had been punched neatly at one end, as if the air had learned the taste of the whole punch and envied it. She set the iron near. The tag softened and opened like a clam. She slid it into a jar and wrote with the ugly, faithful hand that had become prayer. Halberd, label, empty. Learned no names to screens. She put the jar beside spine. Attempt, polite and mask, scolded and hospice. Thank you. The shelf above her sink had become ridiculous, a reliquary of a city's bad habits corrected. She would throw them out later. For now they reminded her of the line between superstition and maintenance, which is not a line at all, but a knot you learn to tie behind your back. She called her mother and said, "We put a creak in a machine's throat." And her mother said, in Spanish and pride, the thing that always made sense. "You gave it a chore." Alma texted a photograph of a privacy curtain hem, damp but well-behaved, with the caption we kept 2 in today, easy, and Naomi cried because she had not earned the plural. Paz sent a picture of a building management screen in compliance with the truth. Aguirre sent a sandwich emoji and the word OWE because he makes poetry by accident. Yara sent a link to a city webpage she had bullied into existence titled Damp Down Dust. The life you save may exhale in your lap with a kettle icon in the corner, and underneath, the 3 sentences that had become Graybridge's new creed. No apologies to doors. Names at tables. Hum if you must. At 2 in the morning, Naomi woke the way kettles train women to wake, and lay listening. The duct above her bed breathed like a machine that had had its character corrected gently. The ceiling wore no hand. The mat presented no gift. She turned on her side and was almost asleep when the smallest sound made her sit up. A scrape like a glove slid off a hand with care. She stood, went to the door, and looked through the peephole. The hall was ordinary. A bulb that had earned its salary, carpet that had seen better shoes. On the other side of the threshold, beyond the line where mat meets hall, a long peel lay like a note. She did not open. She knelt. Through the thin crack at the bottom of the door, the peel's edge lifted and pressed, not in, not with hunger. A polite, damp kiss of acknowledgement. A thank you that refused to become a taking. It slid away, retreating toward the stairwell like a fish with manners. Later, Naomi said, into the wood. She slept like a person who had taught a room to mind itself. In her dream, she stood in the white space while 1,000 racks hummed like bees, and in the aisle a shoulder formed from old signatures and then remembered underwater that it was better as dough. Somebody had taped a label to a cabinet door. It read, later in a font she recognized. She smiled in the dream, that ugly, private smile that is only for rooms that have learned to say please, and when she woke her mouth didn't crack. In the morning, Halbert Tower sent an email not to her but to everyone who pretended to own air. Due to seasonal indoor air anomalies, humidity targets will be temporarily increased to reduce ESD risk. This is a safety measure. There was no mention of the creek, or the towels, or the men standing in doorways reminding glass it wasn't a god. That was fine. Maintenance is a faith that doesn't need press releases. She looked at her list. Data center, done for now. Beside it, she'd written before sleep. Courtrooms? Server closets in schools? Archive stacks in police evidence? Church basements with dehumidifiers bought on sale? The city was a series of white spaces that thought they were holy because they were dry. She had a kettle and a steamer and a woman at Public Works who thought sin tasted like screws and a librarian who could bully a noun until it behaved. She had a policeman with humidifier pets. She had towels. She had a word that had become a hinge. She put the tote by the door. She wrote an index card and taped it at eye level where she could not avoid it when leaving. No apologies to doors. Names at tables. No apologies to screens. Hum if you must. Later, she went out into a city that had learned, very slightly, to prefer being damp and bored to being pretty and murderous, and the air, grateful and petulant and young, let her pass without making a face. Chapter 10, The Index. February arrived brittle and flattering. Streets shone the way they do when the sky thinks it's luminous because it's empty. People stopped wearing hats for 1 hour at lunch and then spent the afternoon licking cracks in their lips. In Graybridge, this kind of false clear always made trouble. This year it sent an email first. Curtailment notice. Emergency drought protocol. Reduce industrial water use 20% between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. effective tonight. Aguirre printed the email and taped it to a column at the plant, then wrote across it with a Sharpie big enough to count as policy. No. Paz held the paper up to the light, as if refusal might reveal a loophole. We can't run the curtain full bore all night, she said. We can't not run it. I can juggle schedules. I can steal from fountains. I can lie to 1 meter and feed another. Do that, Aguirre said. He looked at Naomi, who had come because the duct over her bed had breathed with a new sharpness at dawn. Your kettle is going to hate today. By 10, the city proved him right. The clinic filled with people rubbing their shins with the embarrassed vigor of the suffering. A teacher came in with a ziplock of long peels she swore she'd found under a row of desks, curled and stacked as if the children had been instructed by an aunt who believed in order. Jasper's lips looked like poor paper. Naomi ran a humidifier at the reception desk just to watch the air lose its edge. Yara texted. Rare room fans came on. I didn't touch a thing. The canopy flapped. The anthropodermic is making the case fog like prayer. Val. Legal killed the fountain for slip risk during curtailment window. Mirrors are preening. Alma. White Wing night setting reverted to dry. Facilities says policy is policy. Mr. Oliver's back is trying to be a bookmark. Priya. Compliance insisting RH less than or equal to 30% for the night to protect customer assets during dry event. Jonah, already itchy. I will mutiny with a spreadsheet. Theo, 3 BS landing has signatures.
10 10.
They look like polite crimes. Kofi. Lint remembers math. Say, last roll call. Humidifiers loaded. Officers instructed not to negotiate with doors. We'll be everywhere we shouldn't be allowed. Naomi stood in her kitchen with 3 kettles like a ludicrous saint and put an index card on the counter because thinking needed a surface. She wrote at the top, underlined twice with her ugly, faithful hand, index. Under it, she listed the mouths they had earned: plant, library,
Mall.
White Wing, Halberd, bus shelters,
Pritchard.
schools. And then she added 3 they had only threatened to claim: court archive, police evidence, the old brickworks. She stared at brickworks and felt a click like a key in an unslept hinge. The docent's inspection brick, the beehive breath, chimney, she said to the empty kitchen. We built a throat. We never gave it a chimney. At the plant, She put the card on the workbench. You want more draw? Paz said, reading it without asking. You're greedy. I like you. The beehive at the art center, Naomi said. It isn't fired. It breathes river. It can be a vent. We showed it how to like steam. Now we need to ask it to like us back. Aguirre looked dubious, then smiled in that sideways mark of men who have already given in and want to savor their reluctance. I always wanted a chimney that didn't apologize, he said. Call your cardigan. The docent, when he answered, sounded as pleased to be necessary as a man elected unopposed. You want the inspection bricks open? I can do that. The boards'll grumble. Tell them it's an interpretive project, Yara said, already cornering a word into a grant. A heritage demonstration of convective principles. I'll bring a kettle. By dusk, the city had decided to make a person out of itself. You could tell by the way Vence wrote without hesitation. Ovals turned to loops on returns. Stacked peels on stair landings became a disciplined stutter. In the library, a face practiced again on the dictionary stand and got as far as cheekbones before the creak convinced it would be happier as slush. In the mall, mannequins had gathered a veil of lint so fine that a woman took a picture and called it soft filter, and Val swore with the gravity of a foreman and rolled 2 garment steamers into place. At the hospice, Alma wrote NO apologies 2 curtains on a whiteboard no one had thought to put words on before and set a basin of warm cloths like theology. At Halberd, Priya stood in the white space holding her own wrist strap like a rosary and argued with a compliance man who had never been given permission to believe in air. At 8 p.m., the plant's pump alarm, Paz's belligerent, proud noise, went off like an insult. The curtain thinned, not to nothing, to insufficient. Behind it, the dough gave itself a shoulder. Naomi put her palm to steel. Under her hand, the draw wavered, indecisive. Curtailment, Aguirre said, enough scorn in the word to reduce 3 politicians to shins. They throttled my makeup water. We need the chimney, Naomi said.
Now.
Say drove her and paused to the brickworks with the urgency of a man who has run enough stairs to know when wheels are better. The docent stood in his cardigan under the beehives with a ring of keys and a sense of occasion. The room smelled like old heat. He lifted the inspection brick and the kiln exhaled river, as if it had been holding its breath for a decade. Steam, Naomi said. We brought a kettle brigade, Yara announced from the door, and behind her came a small parade of wrong objects with right ideas. Kofi with a garment steamer, Theo with towels, Teresa with a mop, a woman Naomi didn't know with a camp stove, a man with a soup pot because he had shown up in the wrong place with the right politics. They set kettles along the lip of the beehive like votive candles. The first plume licked the inspection hole and slipped in with eagerness. The second found the updraft's habit. The third began to tug at her hair. The kiln breathed. The docent closed his eyes with the embarrassment of men who feel more than they wear.
God, he said. Sorry. Draw.
Draw, Naomi agreed. She texted Aguirre. Chimney on. Now feed it. Back at the plant, the return deepened under her palm. The dough behind the curtain slumped petulantly. The shoulder it had begun tried to keep its shape and forgot. Good. Aguirre murmured to the machine, chastening his own relief. Don't preen. They needed more than mouth and chimney. They needed ribs. Paz's finger traced loops on the city map as if she were counting breathing. We'll open the school returns, Teresa, she said into her phone. We'll put the mall fountain on high, Val. Lie to legal. Library creek to stubborn. White wing, Alma. Don't ask. Priya, you get 45 and write me an essay later. She looked at Say. You post bodies in doorways because the room will test you. It already is, he said, not bragging. I have officers at bus shelters with humidifiers. I have one in the court archive showing a clerk how to hum without sounding like he's in contempt. I have one in evidence convincing a detective not to tell a locker its case number. Hovel, Naomi asked. In the lab, Say said, writing a sentence about edges that nobody will know how to read. They made the city into an instrument. It would have been easier if anyone had signed an order. Instead, it was texts and calls, a kettle here, a towel there, 100 small blasphemies against dryness. The laundromat ran machines empty, with a cup of water poured in each just to change the air. The library dripped on purpose in a room that had paid for the right word. Conditioning. The mall's fountain went from apology to reckless, and a child clapped for rain under glass while her mother pretended not to be grateful. By 10:30, the stacked signatures on landings had loosened into laziness. By 11, the handprints on mirrors were damp thanks, not invitations. At midnight, curtailment or no, the plant's waterfall fell the way waterfalls do when they're sure of their funding. And then, because patterns exhaust their good behavior, the collector, the phenomenon, the hunger, the city's past wearing our habit, tried to bind itself one more time and picked the worst possible place, the council chamber. Claire called from the marble corridor outside with the posture of a woman who had learned not to cry where cameras can see her. They scheduled an emergency session, she said, to yell at you all in new words. They turned on the dehumidifiers for public comfort. The walls are writing. Her voice changed in that terrible way it does when someone has been brave for a day and discovers bravery is renewable and hates the fact. They put the old city seal back up for the optics. It's leather. I think it likes itself too much. In the chamber, where speeches go to die, the vents around the dais had made a polite wreath of peels and were addressing nobody. On the little lamps at each counselor's desk, a lip had practiced, drawn itself out of a line of curls, closed itself, waited for the sentence it believed it deserved. The public gallery smelled like tea and old paper, fraternity of wrong books. The clerk stared at his microphone as if it could become a mouth even without him. No apologies to desks, Yara said, sweeping in with a stack of signs that looked like law and a good frame. She taped names at tables to the back of the president's chair of all people. Claire, who had been trained with whips named Decorum, let it stand. They made a church out of the chamber with indecent speed. Kofi and Theo set kettles under the dais, so they exhaled on the vents' faces. Paz dragged a portable creak from a custody of contraband that made her grin. Aguirre walked to the city seal, looked at the leather, found the humor to bow. Naomi set her iron on low and turned it to the dais's edge 3 inches away. Say stood in the center aisle where cameras like to look, as if he'd been elected to stand in the doorway of the city's throat. The lip at the council lamps lifted once more as if to speak, and then, in the steam and heat and humming, unlearned language. Later, Claire set into her sleeve and laughed a little at herself because joy is what we're always embarrassed by when it arrives at City Hall. She stood, banged her gavel once, and said, "Adjourn to later." And nobody objected because for once later sounded like a plan and not a failure. Outside, in the winter air that had learned to be flattered the wrong way, the brickworks exhaled. Down in the plant, the return hummed like a bass, singing into his chest.
The dough stay dough.
In the evidence room, a detective read a ticket instead of announcing his case number to lockers, and something, not person, not mercy, chose to be bored. In the server farm, Priya watched her logs stay clean and allowed her shoulders to slump like a woman who has gotten away with honesty in front of a board. The white wing breathed like a room with creaks. The mall kept the fountain on in defiance and called it brand story later. The library's wrong book sat in its canopy and did not cry oils, and did not ask to be let out, and did not, for once, teach the air bad habits. Naomi went home close to 2, the hour when the city tests itself. Her mat was clean. The duct above her bed exhaled a thing you could call night if you were generous, patience if you were tired, a promise if you were a fool. She laid out the jars on her table, the little reliquary of bad attempts she had kept against reason. Spine, attempt, polite. Mask, scolded. Hospice, thank you. Halberd, label, empty. The bead of desiccant, mean idea. She unscrewed each lid and set the jars in a canvas bag, nodded at the way women not grief, put on her coat, and went back to the plant with a feeling that could be called theater or confession. Aguirre looked up from his bench and did not ask. He led her to the curtain. It fell with just enough arrogance to be trustworthy. The catch pan below moved water in the way that persuades men to quit their jobs and build boats. Naomi opened each jar and tipped its little relics into the pan. The peels, what was left of them, took water like people take breath when someone has put a hand on their sternum and said, "Here." They went heavy. They rotated. They became obvious. The bead of desiccant rolled once in a way that would suggest escape if a woman were sentimental, and then vanished with a hiss that pleased Aguirre indecently. "Relics are bad for faith," he said, pretending he hadn't been softened by her ridiculousness. "I was keeping them because they made the story true," she said. "The story is true anyway. We don't need proof. We need schedules." Paz, who never missed a chance to be right with kindness, tapped Naomi's index card.
Index, she said.
"Let's write it up before someone with a seal comes to write it wrong." They did. Right there at the workbench, with steam on their faces and the city's breath in their ears, they made an ordinance and called it an operations memo because governance is better behaved in work clothes. No night desiccation in public buildings, hospitals, schools, libraries, transit shelters, malls, or buildings taller than 5 stories during dry events. Minimum indoor RH 40% October. March in any building with shared return air. Water curtains, air washers, permitted as evaporative conditioning for material longevity. Aguirre's eyes the devil when he wrote longevity. Kettles permitted at staffed desks. Hum encouraged in wayfinding for emergencies. Yara's kettle icon added. Nobody objected. Signage standardized. No apologies to doors. Names at tables. No apologies to screens. Hum, if you must. Emergency draw. During curtailment, the brickworks will open inspection bricks. Plant will prioritize curtain feed. Chimney protocol. Evidence, archives. Server rooms classified as white spaces with creaks. Claire would later bring it to the council in the tone she uses to sell budget items disguised as decency. It would pass because even men allergic to nouns like hum like not being peeled by their own vent. That was later. Tonight the ordinance lived as a laminated sheet thumbtacked to a column at the plant, and that is as holy as laws get. Naomi stayed until the red on the clock went to blue, and then to the small, honest gray of a winter morning that isn't lying. Say slept sitting up on a coil of hose and woke with his face marked in a pattern that looked like a decision. Yara went home with the anthropodermic's canopy, still breathing like a tent at a rational camp. Priya returned to her logs and found herself writing in the margin, privately, the words later and lazy like saints she had invented. Alma texted Oliver stayed in himself, and the white wings creak babbled below the vents like a stubborn river is supposed to. Naomi walked out to the yard and put her palm on the return one more time. Behind the curtain, something shifted. Not shoulder, not face, a slew. The exact, untragic ungathering of a bad idea. She hummed because it cost nothing and the machine enjoyed being told it was doing its job. The air came away from her hand damp and correct. On her way home, she stopped by the brickworks. The docent had fallen asleep on a plastic chair with his cardigan as a blanket and his mouth closed like a man who has been taught a rule and kept it even in dreams. Steam slid out of the inspection bricks like a dessert you forgot you were allowed to order. She left a note on the docent's knee in pencil, later with a small kettle. At her building, the hall smelled faintly of clean. The mat at her door was plain. The jars were empty on the table and would be washed and used for soup stock and buttons because there is a virtue in objects refusing to be sacred. She taped her index card at eye level inside the door where she could touch it on the way out like a superstition that hadn't embarrassed her yet. No apologies to doors. Names at tables. No apologies to screens. Hummed if you must. Later, she slept a real sleep, the kind in which your mouth opens a little and the body forgives you for opening it because the room has learned not to press its luck. In her dream, the city turned pages and did not catch fire. The book it had wanted to be unbound itself and became a laundry line hung across a winter river, steaming because the sun is stupid and lovely, humming because kettles have opinions, refusing to bind things that had not asked to be books. When she woke, her phone held a picture from a child at the mall holding up a sign Val had let her make with markers, Try on clothes, not names, with a crooked kettle in the corner. A man on the bus had posted a photo of a humidifier with the caption choir practice and a city's worth of laughing without sound. The council's calendar held a meeting labeled Operational Update, Season of Dryness, and Claire had attached a PDF that read like a recipe and behaved like a law. The duct over her bed exhaled. It said, as clearly as a duct can, the word that had become their hinge and their holiday. Later. She said nothing back, which is how you keep your skin. Then she put water in the kettle, turned to the day, and went to work. Epilogue, a later. By spring the city had a new accent. You heard it in the bus shelters before dawn, when drivers leaned on thermoses and hummed the kettle drum line under their breath. You saw it in the little kettle icon that Public Works tucked into utility bills beside the garbage day schedule. No apologies to doors. Names at tables. Hum if you must. You felt it in the air of places that had never cared what air felt like. The court archive with its creak, whispering behind a locked grill. The fancy mall fountain, now shameless. The White Wings privacy curtains, damp at the hems like dresses that had survived a summer storm politely. The ordinance, the one that started life as a laminated sheet thumbtack to a column at the plant, met a gavel and became a law so modest it was hard to hate. No night desiccation during dry events. Minimum indoor RH of 40% in buildings that share return air. Air washers permitted as evaporative conditioning for material longevity. A paragraph nobody lobbied for legalized kettles at staff desks. There was even a line about signs, which made librarians grin. Standardized language, standardized font, the small authority of a kettle printed discreetly in the corner. Something stayed private. The plant's return still liked a hand on its steel. If you pressed your palm there, you could feel the bass line of a city's chest deciding to behave. The brickworks learned to draw like a gentleman. Its inspection bricks opened on dry nights with a hush that had nothing to do with reverence and everything to do with draw. The rare room's canopy still breathed a little at 9 each evening and settled by 10, and the book bound in a person's past lived under its small weather and taught no new bad habits to glass. Naomi Reyes kept her index card taped just inside her apartment door. No apologies to doors / names at tables / no apologies to screens / hum if you must / later, and touched it with her fingertips on her way out like a superstition that had earned the right not to be embarrassed. The jars were gone. She had taken them to the plant in the middle of the night when no one would ask for an explanation, emptied them into the curtain's catch pan, and watched their residue sink and surrender. Relics, she decided, were for churches and poor science. Maintenance made better saints. She went back, once, to the Pritchard Arms and stood in the doorway of 3B with Theo and Lieutenant Say, who had learned how to stand in thresholds without becoming doors themselves. Anjali Prakash's room had a new tenant, a grad student who kept a piece Lily alive and hum her name above the buzzer on the first try. The bones were long since gone from the bed. The vent breathed like an instrument tuned in public. On the bureau, someone had placed a program from a spring recital. Anjali Prakash Memorial, Schumann/Debussy/ later, TR. The pianist's notes had moved through the room in March, hands soundless on a different piano's lid. Theo, who skipped concerts because sound made his throat itch in churches, had stayed for all 3 pieces. Out of professionalism, he said, and swallowed once, and didn't apologize. At St. Gabriel's, Alma pinned a list to the break room corkboard titled Vigil for dry nights. It wasn't a prayer. It read like any other shift checklist. Creaks on, towels rotated, kettles full, curtains checked, palms to hems if they breathed back. She kept a small basin in the nurse's station and a stack of washcloths warmed in the microwave, and when families asked if there was anything to do, she would show them how to lay one across a back with the particular gentleness that tells a body it may keep itself. People cried less loudly when they had something to do with their hands. At Halbert Tower, Priya made her peace with numbers that would never look as clean on a dashboard as the white space men preferred. 43, she'd tell Jonah on the radio at 2 in the morning, and his copy would have the advanced sleepiness of a person who'd learned what not to fear. A month later, A compliance officer forwarded an industry white paper that recommended higher RH to reduce ESD risk during anomalous continental dry spells. She printed it, drew a kettle in the corner, and taped it to the AHU panel because literature is literature, even when it comes disguised as a memo. Val kept the fountain on. She called it guest comfort when corporate flew in, and brand story when she had to write a paragraph for the weekly. On slow afternoons, she'd catch her teen floor texts humming as they wrung towels for fitting room vents, and she'd pretend not to see it the way you pretend not to see your kid be kind when the kid is trying to make it look like mischief. Try on clothes, not names, the sign by the mirror said in a marker hand that was probably against policy. Nobody had the heart to peel it down. Kofi started selling small humidifiers with no apologies, 2 doors laser-etched on the tank. He said it was a joke. He said the margins were terrible. He said the little plume made the laundromat look like a rave. He watched the lint in his traps behave the way you want lint to behave, domestic, boring, and pretended not to miss the drama. On nights when he closed late, he'd leave a kettle on in the back room for a while and sit there doing nothing with his eyes, listening to steam. Aguirre renamed the sandwich he made on his own bench the later because the Reyes had begun to sound like a dare. It was still a crime against shirts, egg, vinegar, a pile of greens other men called weeds, but it ate like a relief. Paz drew a line of little kettles on the side of the plant's whiteboard next to a list of curses disguised as maintenance, and nobody told her to stop. Yara pushed the city site live with a page called Damp Down Dust, a Graybridge guide. The text was plain and bossy. The kettle icon small and friendly. She refused to add a FAQ. This isn't frequently asked, she told anyone who offered to help her make it slick. It's frequently done. She kept one photograph in her desk she never published, a canopy fogged, a wrong book breathing correctly for once, and the corner of a paper cup catching condensation like proof that didn't need to go to court. Say started writing smaller in his notebook, not because he had less to say, but because the lists had grown long with untheatrical successes. Mall okay, rare room okay, White Wing okay, Pritchard quiet, Halberd lazy, good, bus shelters humming. Every few pages, he'd copy out the handful of sentences he liked best, as if to keep them on his tongue for when some fool asked him what, exactly, they had done to make the city stop peeling its people like fruit. No apologies to doors. Names at tables. No apologies to screens. Hum if you must. He never added later to the list. He saved that one for when he stood outside, and the air put its hand on his mouth politely. When the next dry spell came, and it would, because weather isn't a promise but a mood, the city knew the drill. Kettles showed up on counters without meetings. Custodians rolled garment steamers into corners like cavalry. Men with suits learned to accept towels tucked primly over vents in conference rooms because women in their buildings had decided to keep them. The ordinance gave cover. The habit did the saving. Once, in May, Naomi received a postcard from a coastal city that had no business being dry. On the front, a handsome convention center. On the back, in a hand that borrowed its straightness from CAD. Faint almond smell. Mirrors friendly. Legal loves desiccant. Please advise. Someone had drawn a tiny kettle next to the stamp. She wrote index on a card, copied out the rules in her ugly, faithful print, and added a note that wasn't law and felt like one. Later is not a promise. It's a practice. She mailed it with a satisfaction that wasn't triumph. She still woke sometimes at 2 because bodies learn bells whether you hang them or not. On those nights, she'd sit at the table and listen to the duct practice good behavior. If the ceiling wore a damp hand for a breath, she would do the thing it meant. Nothing. Once, she thought she heard a long, courteous scrape beyond her door, and it steadied her instead of frightening her, the way a neighbor's keys in a lock can be proof that somebody else is home. When she finally took the index card down to wipe the smudge her fingers had made, she noticed she'd worn a small thumbprint into the stock, an oval of shine where paper had become skin through use. She laughed, quietly and a little rudely at the right god, and put the card back up. The kettle on the stove began to mutter. The plant breathed. Somewhere, a child traced later with one finger on a fogged bus window and let the glass erase it without sorrow. The city turned a page. It did not bind itself. It held.